story arc, and we'll see how they handle themselves because they fumbled real hard. Meanwhile, I'm not alone. I'm not alone. I'm joined by the one, the only, the savior of esports and the hero of the wasteland. It is Koopa. Hello, Koopa. Beautiful.
Ah. I have things to say.
Oh?
So, this is my emotional support glow stick, okay?
Yeah. It's this is your new favorite emote, 100%.
Yeah,
it's great.
emotional
It's like,
support glow stick.
there's nothing in the brain.
You know how you have like these toys that are like squishy, like anti-stress.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
Yeah. Stress balls.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
stressful.
Yeah,
So, because for those who don't know, we are currently investing into fixing the Doman Enclave.
Mhm.
That's like a side story that's happening. So we're not doing that on stream because it's a weekly.
Are you talking about the reaction that they just had?
Hold on. So
Yeah.
in this quest, because basically the way it works is like, they're rebuilding, they're like, investing in different parts of the enclave, they're like working on like workshops and stuff. And then they were looking for partners, to sell their merchandise, to sell their products. So they were looking for like trading partners. And the Domans, the refugees, by the way, who returned from Mordona, they found a contact, and the way they presented it was like, yeah. So we found this trader that could help you, but there are a lot of concerns about this trader. Like it's rough, but it is a contact. And then they reveal that it's Rowena from Rowena's House of Splendors, and you actually, as the player, get a choice to respond. And the responses are bad, and the first of them is like, I'd rather send their soul to a void send than let them work with Rowena.
Uh-huh.
And I want to just put that in perspective, that Rowena, who we've been working with since the very beginning, and hasn't caused us any issues really. Like, all we know is that some people get indebted to her, but like Geralt, who's like drinking on his job most of the time, whatever. We had no issues with Rowena, and yet that is supposedly our reaction. But we're completely okay investing in East Aldenad Company, who literally tried to kill us.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's not even that they just tried to kill us. I think that's what you harp on a lot, but it's
Yes.
also, I mean, that they tried to like overthrow like Gul'dan.
Yeah,
and,
they
like,
tried to
kill the
overthrow
hierarchy
governments
there.
and stuff. Like,
Yeah,
Rowena is
and, like, it's-
just a merchant,
Yeah. I agree. I think there's a weird disconnect going on where it doesn't make sense for us to be opposed to working with Rowena, but be okay with working with the East Aldenad Trading Company. Like, that doesn't make any sense. There's like a weird thing that they're trying to push the idea that it's like, I guess, okay to work with the East Aldenad Trading Company more than Rowena, which doesn't make any sense.
I mean, I think.
Yeah, no, but like, that's what they're trying to like.
I think
portray.
Rowena is like part that like they're kind of like non-serious because like, haha, look at these people getting indebted, kind of. Like, I feel like it's like half a joke, but you cannot put this in the story when at the same time you make us work with literal traitors, like people who should be, in jail.
Yeah, I agree. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah. I think you know what you just made me think of as well. This story would have been so much more interesting. I mean, I'm still harping on the last story arc, not the last one, but the last one. But is it Dalegia? Dalegia's dead, right? It's Lorito. That's what.
Yes.
That's part of the.
No, I don't remember if he's dead or if he's just out of the picture. But It is Lolorito, yes.
Yeah, no, allegedly that he's dead. So Lorito, it would have been so much more of an interesting visual if he was in jail, and if the Sultana had visited
And he's
the
like,
jail
she's
to
like
speak to
releasing
him.
him from jail because she knows that he's the only one who can do it.
Yeah, like that would have been so much more interesting instead of him just being free and still
Yeah, no
having a bunch of money, even though
consequences.
we meant to have taken his money. Like,
Absolutely
yeah,
zero
it's just,
consequences.
yeah, it's just a bad story. It's it's just a poorly told tale.
But see,
Um,
what I'm saying is that like I don't want to say willing to move on, but like I was ready to experience a new story, and then they put me in this like cute little side quest where they literally make me triggered even more. That's my problem here.
Yeah, I hope that they're able to move past it. As in, the worst thing that they can do is keep making this relationship a thing, moving to future expansions. I think that's the worst thing that could happen here. Is that the creators of the story believe that they kind of like swept everything under the rug, and we can just like keep using these characters and keep using like Hancock and keep using Lorito and all this stuff as characters moving forward, that are characters that we interact with and work with. Yeah, it's one of the biggest weaknesses of this expansion, one of many, and hopefully we can just move on. That's one thing that I'm concerned about is that this
This
is
is
like
the problem
something
though.
that they're
Like, how do
using
you
more in the
move
future.
on from this? Like, this is such a big event. It's such a big event that everybody's so okay with this.
Yeah.
Nobody should be okay with this.
No.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's time to speak with people and wrap up this part of the story. As I was saying as we were leading up to this, because of how they've written things, like this is kind of the end of a story arc and the beginning of a new patch, basically. Azula's dead. Zuko's dead.
Yes.
They're
Yes.
all dead.
Everybody's dead.
They're all dead. What's his name? The big man with the beard, with the bald head now, who shaved his head.
Kosetsu?
Gozetsu. Yeah, Gozetsu.
forgot Gosetsu?
He's like off wandering the plains, helping people, and he's probably going to be a
No, he's
character used
praying
later,
for
I would
people.
imagine.
He's offering
Nah.
hopes and prayers.
He's off, punching people in the face and fighting and stuff like that, even though he said he
Probably.
retired. So he's gone. I still don't like what they did with his character at the end. I feel like they should have done a lot more with all of that. But regardless, now we're getting into the next story beats. Coming into the next part of the story, obviously Xenos is alive. We saw him for the first time, so we have confirmation that he's alive. They're pushing this part of the story. They're still trying to push this part of the story where there are people in the Garlean Empire that want peace, and the official stance from the Garlean Empire was actually to have a diplomatic resolution to what's happening here in Doma. Because they were pushing the idea that like Xenos and all that was separate. It was like a third party sort of thing.
Yeah,
They were
no.
trying to ruin things, but
I will
in reality,
say I still don't know if it's the Gallian Empire that is doing that or if it's just one party that is doing that, because they specifically said like, oh, the populares are getting too much of an advantage, they're like getting too active, which does not necessarily mean that it's like officially the country of Gallian Empire is like sending this mission. It's more like the populares are trying to do this.
No. The idea is that it is the Gallian Empire. Otherwise, it wouldn't make any sense. Otherwise, the idea would be that otherwise you're not making peace with anyone, right? Otherwise that there wouldn't be a reason for any of this to be happening if you're trying to negotiate with a very small party when the greater nation is still trying to kill you. Like, no, that's not what's happening. He did have a line talking about like the populares gaining popularity, but that did not have to do with the idea of like this kind of peace stuff. That was more about like if we ruin the peace negotiations here, then it would destroy any credibility that the populares have when it comes to their kind of political standing, right? Because they're pushing for peace, but if the people that they're trying to make peace with end up going to war and end up ruining that peace deal by again by breaking the agreement, then that like hurts their standing. So it is that the Gallian Empire are approaching this, but at the same time it looks like Xenos is trying to push for the idea that diplomacy wouldn't be possible, which is a character change, right? I think we spoke about this previously, where it feels out of character for Xenos to care about that, because that isn't something that he, like, up until this moment, like, he was more about like the thrill of the fight and like finding worthy opponents and stuff. The idea of him wanting to like subjugate and rule and take over a territory, you got the idea that he didn't really care.
Yeah,
like, that's the reason why he left Azula in charge. Like, he didn't care.
Yeah, that
like,
was exactly the point. Like, he didn't care about the politics.
Yeah, you deal with this. I want to go like fight people. Like, you know, like that's like so the idea that he would suddenly be a little bit more like political here, it goes against the character that was portrayed to us previously.
The only thing that does kind of make sense with that is that if they make peace treaties with people, he has no one to fight. So in that sense, they could pull it, but yeah.
Nah, I mean, he'll find people to fight anyway. I think that's a very thin like kind of thread to kind of like pull, is the idea that like he just, yeah. Especially because I push against that, because there's no one here worth fighting. Like, in the sense that,
True.
Yeah, like it would only make sense if he wanted to like conquer new areas with new opponents. It would make sense for him to like want to hold on to old places. You could argue that, like, I guess we're here, but like we're Erosia,
No.
we're not Doma. Like,
that's not what I'm arguing for. What I mean more is that like that making peace with Doma would set a precedent, and they would like try to make peace with other nations that he would rather fight.
But it sounds like they already have like agreements with other nations. Like, otherwise, why have an embassy? And why not invade Hingashi? Like the idea is that there's already diplomatic stuff happening elsewhere. So that's not as applicable here. So that's why like it doesn't make sense why he would want to. Like, it's I shouldn't say it doesn't make sense. It's something that they're adding to the character now that wasn't there before, because obviously they want to push this new part of the story, and they have an idea for what they want to do with the character. They have an idea for what they want to do with again this part, and this is their idea, right? They want him to be against like the Popularis and stuff like that. Whereas the other issue with that is that I feel like if he was really against the Popularis, he might just kill them. Like, I don't know. Like, I guess we don't really know how like the politics of the Gallian Empire works and how they intermix with each other. But like, I don't know if, especially like depending on, especially if they're meant to be like, you know, conquerors and like if they rule with an iron fist and stuff, like, I don't know if they'd be afraid to like crush like a small political party, to be honest.
I was gonna say, like, we've got like different impressions of the Gallian Empire, because beforehand it was like presented to us as this like very monarchy based, you know, cruel empire kind of thing, where like there's like literally people willing to like kill each other at the top for the power. And now it's like no, they have a parliament and everything. Like, okay. Yeah,
it doesn't make much sense. Like, it feels like maybe they had an idea for the empire at one point, and then they changed that idea a little bit later, and they're trying to like work with it.
Wasn't there like literally a cutscene where they like tried to kill each other, like the royal family?
It was like to try to take over the empire.
Because the guy died, and like there was like the fight for power.
Yeah, that literally happened. Yeah. No, the writers of Stormblood didn't watch.
They didn't play that part.
No, they didn't play it. Yeah.
Oh no.
I'll let them know. I'll fax them. I'll be like, hey,
fax them. Yeah.
Yeah, you should play your end game. Good. Yeah. Anyway, let's speak to this man, this lovely Hanashi. Ihanashi.
You can do it. It's one name.
Ihanashi. Like the calm, you spotted the cracked plank. The ship ended up bringing my father home. The captain said, well, let's just say I'm not a pirate anymore. I'm going to live in Dharma with my father. We're free. Okay, that's the guy.
Yeah, it's the guy.
Let's say. Nah, it's the Hanashi.
It will be far too quiet without Gosetsu around. I wonder if we'll ever see him again. Oh, speaking of reunions, have you spoken with Ihanashi? It turns out his father was among the returning conscripts.
Yeah, what a coincidence.
What a coincidence.
Idiot.
Gosetsu relinquished his duties with a grace befitting a samurai lord. I only hope that I can fill the void which he has left behind. Is the water boiling? Is the kettle on?
Nah, it's just poorly written. I still don't like that he left. Like, I don't know. It's not. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like that he left. I don't like that he didn't
Address what happened?
he didn't. Yeah, he didn't address like what happened with like even him. Like it's such a cop out, right? Like it is his fault that everything happens. Like he for whatever reason, like we were never given like a satisfying explanation as to why he was so attached to Yotsuyu, right? I'm not satisfied with why he was the way he was.
No, yeah, I would agree with that. Like,
yeah,
because again, I said it before that like they had this teaser at the beginning that like he knew more about her than the average person.
yeah, but they didn't explore that.
But they never explored that.
That's why I wanted. That's why you don't kill Azula when you killed her, or if you do, you have him there so then they can be some kind of interaction. Like we needed an interaction between the two
Or
of them.
even no
to clear
interaction,
things up,
but like
or-
even like afterwards, where like when he's kind of like mourning, where like he tells us a story of like what he knows or what happened or whatever.
Yeah, that's one way to do it. But I would have liked to have seen like a confrontation
Yeah,
where like
obviously.
it just makes sense like drama wise, where you have this person that was like your caretaker, right? And then you're looking after each other, and then she escapes, like she turns into another person essentially. There was these things where she was alluding to the fact that like where she maybe even felt a little bit of sympathy or empathy for Kosetsu. And the way that the story works is that you have a big confrontation where he's trying to talk her down, and he's like, hey, like it's not too late,
Yeah.
you can step away from this.
And
you
then
don't
she's
have
like,
you
no,
don't have to
this is who I am.
yeah, you don't have to do this. Like, we can try to make something of this. You can live a life. You don't have to end it all here. And then that's when she like cracks the mirror or something, and then turns into a primal or whatever the fuck. And she
doesn't
makes
have
that
to-
decision in front of her.
I think
in front of her.
See, that's the thing. I don't think the people who writing this share this opinion, but I think quiet scenes can also be very impactful. This is where like she doesn't crack it. She's like, no, this is who I am, and she just goes with it.
No, yeah, whatever. Like it doesn't matter. Like what I'm saying is that you have her make the decision, and it's
Yes,
supposed to be a hard decision. Gosetsu not being there makes it an easy decision because there's nothing emotional that's going
There's nothing
on there.
to stop her.
But like, yeah, like having him show up like introduces another element to the story where the character has to deal with this, right? Has to try to like wrangle with this past self or this potential like happy future or potential like content future or just a potential other life, that sort of thing, and then have her like reject it. But it's also important that she does that. It's also important that she does that in front of Gosetsu as well. Then
So he
have him
sees it.
react to that. Yeah. So he sees it. And then that's like story 101. Like that's not even that deep. Like that's just regular. That's like standard storytelling, But instead, like he wasn't there. He wasn't a part of it, and it just again, like I'm very unsatisfied with anything that happened with Gosetsu here. Like it's like they had potential setup, had potential interesting things, and they just didn't do anything with it. They did nothing. Like it's just I have I have no good feelings because of that. I have no good feelings about him leaving. I have no good feelings about him like shaving his head, and I have no good feelings about him returning like in 1 or 2 expansions. I just don't like how they handled this, and because he didn't have to deal with any of that. Like again, as I said, like I'm not satisfied because I don't know how he feels about what happened. I don't know how like there was no back and forth. You know, again, like I feel like he needs someone like Gosetsu right now, right? Like he's a very young, very inexperienced leader. So the idea of having like a wise right hand man who maybe made some mistakes, but like it's just you want to be there for the next generation so you can look after them and help raise them and stuff like that.
Yeah, but
right? Or have them have that conversation and have him decide to leave, but like have that conversation anyway between the two of them, right? If you want to write that he leaves and he's that selfish, then sure, write that. But like have them have that kind of dialogue and that back and forth, because that's interesting, right?
Yeah,
we want to see that. We want to hear that.
I was gonna say that like I said it last time that like it would be nice if he said that. If it was like directly Gosetsu's decision that he doesn't think he should be advising him, or have him say that he doesn't think he fits like the role, and then have him be like that like, sure, like you might have made mistakes, but like I need someone to like go against my opinions, like I need someone to challenge my views.
Yeah. And again, like you can still have it that Gosetsu leaves. You can still have it that he's selfish and he's like no, like I have no faith in myself anymore. That I can be that for you, and then have him leave, and have that be a dramatic scene, right? Like have that be like a dramatic moment if you still want to write it that he leaves. But like have that moment is what's important. You need to have that like interaction and that like confrontation as well between those two characters, instead of him being like, I'm gonna leave, and then he was like, okay.
Like,
cool. Like what?
See you next year.
Like because that makes it seem like it wasn't a big deal. That makes it seem like his input and his character wasn't important. But we know he was. Like we had that really important, impactful moment with them when they were in the Azimstet, when they were at night and they were talking together and stuff like that. Like so that's why it's just very unsatisfying. Like all this has been unsatisfying because they just skipped everything. They just didn't do anything with the characters. It's like, why have the characters here? They just want to get rid of them. They just it just feels really rushed. It feels like they just want to move on. It feels like they are either tired or they don't know what to do with the story, or they don't want to deal with this part of the story, and they just want to move on. Like, that's what this feels like.
I'm not buying that explanation simply because we ourselves sitting here came up with better solutions, keeping exactly the same scenes and like changing lines. So if that's what it takes, then being like, oh, we just want to move, that doesn't justify poor writing.
No, sorry, I should say, I don't think they care about this story anymore. It's possible that maybe I would imagine that that's maybe mid-patch, either it was handed off to a different writer, and the guy that was leading this part of the story and this part of the patch, he was probably delegated to work on the next expansion. Because typically, you work on the next expansion and the current expansion at the same time, especially when you're in post-patch, the post-patch portion. So usually in this part of the story, there's already people working on the next on Shadowbringers or whatever the next expansion is. So I would assume that either halfway through they took him and they're like, hey, you're gonna work. Look, you're doing this stuff. We're gonna hand it over to intern Steve, and you're gonna work on Shadowbringers, okay? Yeah, old mate Steve. He's gonna work on this, okay? Old mate Stevie. He's been here for 6 months.
Oh god. How did he get hired? Oh, he was writing fan things,
Yeah. Or it's either he was either moved over to Shadowbringers, or the whoever was in charge of this story was told where Shadowbringers was and potentially what they wanted for the next patch, right? I think we already spoke about this. How for the next patch they're like, we want to be done with Azula and Zuko. We're gonna scrap all this, and we need to introduce Xanos now, and we need to start writing him now because he's going to be important to the next part of the story, and we made this decision. And then the guy who was in charge of this part was like, oh, but like I wanted to write more for these characters. Like, oh, too bad. Like we made the decision. You gotta follow it. You know, if you want to still work here, and you know, we're just gonna override whatever it is you're working on. So, but I would assume he moved on to Shadowbringers just because, as you mentioned, because it does feel like you can very easily write this in a better and more satisfying way.
Yeah.
So my assumption is that they
same,
just had to, they changed
the
writing.
Same screen time, you can get a better story.
Yeah. So my assumption is that they had to have changed screenwriters, otherwise they would have taken more care with these characters. So I have to imagine that it's a different person doing this. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense just how little respect was given to this part of the story.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd assume he left to work on Shadowbringers, or maybe got fired, maybe just quit, maybe got I don't know. But like I like it doesn't feel like it's the same person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and again, like there were quite a few, like you mentioned, that there were quite a few interesting things that they teased, but they never just did anything with them.
Yeah, just never did anything. All right, it's Hien's time.
Okay, Hien, what news do you have for us?
Ah, Gosetsu. Fair journey to you, my friend. It's a shame you didn't say that to him. Bittersweet occasion, but there is yet ample cause to be grateful. Pray join us in the Kenkan. I will thank you properly. Okay. Let's see. We'll wrap up this quest and then I'll give the bunnies the bucket.
With all of that out of the way, Doma should be able to look forward to a period of relative calm. As for us, well, we have an intriguing story to tell everyone back at the Rising Stones.
Kitty.
Lord Hien trained under Gosetsu from the day he was old enough to hold a sword. Though he smiled through all of the farewells, none will feel his absence more keenly.
It's a shame they didn't speak about it or anything like that.
Right?
You know,
Look,
that was basically
they
his dad,
don't speak about their
dead.
feelings, okay?
Nah, they just don't speak at all. True. Hien. Our brothers and sisters are returned to us, and the dream of Doma's restoration is that much closer to being realized. It is a day that will live long in memory, and one that would never have dawned without the courageous actions of the Scions. On behalf of Doma and our people, we give you our deepest thanks. Lest you think me complacent, I assure you, I've not forgotten the dark cloud on the horizon. That Zenith lives is a source of grave concern, mayhap the gravest. Yet there is little to be done but wait for Alphinaud to settle. Remember that? Remember that? Alphinaud just leaving.
Nope. Yellow glow sticks. Yellow glow sticks.
Okay.
Fine. This is fine. It's okay.
Like to believe you're like gripping the glow sticks.
I am
very,
literally
very
waving my hands in the air right now. I'm not even kidding.
Wait for Alphinaud to send word. Because we just sent him alone.
Yeah, we just
It's
sent a
crazy.
teenager alone to an
It's-
empire that's actively at war with us. Yes.
Yeah, it's crazy.
With no
Till then.
security.
Yeah. I plan to devote myself to fulfilling the promise I made to Gosetsu. By building a nation in which none need live in fear. I confess, I miss him already, but the thought that he has at least found peace goes some way to softening the blow. I wonder, did you ever stop to ask yourself why he showed Yotsuyu such kindness? Are you going to
Multiple
answer for
times
him?
a day.
I believe. So you know what this is?
Uh-huh.
You know what this is? Unironically, we've been here before. This is
Yes.
them explaining the bulletproof kimono. That's what this is. It's after the fact they're like, oh fuck, we didn't.
They should
We didn't
probably
explain that, did we?
Yeah, we did it. We did put that in the story, huh?
No, yeah, like no, I know, like seriously though, like we just had a moment talking about the recent story, and I spoke about how I'm very unsatisfied that they never explored the reason as to why Gosetsu was treating Yotsu in such a way, and now now they themselves acknowledge that they're like, oh, that's what this is. It's like we kind of messed up. We didn't do any of that. Let's quickly like slot it in here, right? Let's quickly quickly surmise the reason as to why that is here, because we forgot or we chose not to do that in the story because we wrapped it up as quickly as we did. We had
You
to
will
just move
love
on.
the
But that's what this
explanation,
is.
by the way, because I already see what's in the bubble. You will love that.
Specifically, the death of his wife and daughter. Ah, see what?
You called
What did I
it the
tell you?
second one.
I told you because that's the only because that makes sense.
Yeah, but it would make sense
write in a
if we
story.
knew that.
Yeah, but I mean, that's why I assumed, because that's what you do in a story, is that he had a daughter, and then the daughter died, and he wants to, he has that trauma, and he wants to replace him with the daughter, basically. Like that's like a common trope in media, and you do it, but they didn't do it. They're writing it out. He's already dead. She's already dead. He's already gone. They're explaining it after the fact. Like, this is actually the worst writing you could ever do.
No. See, you could have Hien explain that to us, but this should have happened like 2 weeks prior, like when Yotsu was still in his care, and we're like, do you know why he's like this? And that's when Hien tells us the story, not afterwards.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I mean. The fact that they did it afterwards is because they didn't think about it, and they just now realize that, like, oh fuck, there's like a big plot hole here. We should probably explain that. The death of his wife and daughter during the invasion. Though he hid it well, they were never far from his thoughts, and in Yosuyu's childlike mind, Mien, I believe he saw not a fallen tyrant, but a little girl who was lost to him. After the loss of his family, Gosetsu devoted himself wholly to the service of his country. He suffered any hardship, as strove beyond the limits of endurance, without hesitation or complaint. Though Su could never truly replace his daughter, I had hoped that with her at his side, he might live out the remainder of his days in relative contentment. See, that's actually a little bit fucked up, because what he just said is that he's like, hey, I was hoping that, like, I knew that he had this trauma and that he was treating her like his daughter, and I was hoping that would work out.
Yeah, I was hoping that it would work out, that this serial killer would become his daughter.
Yeah, that's what he just said. It's like, that's why I had no guards at their door, because I was hoping that it's like, this is like post rationalization.
I would say that you could still be like, he saw how he behaves with her, and like he didn't have the heart to like tell him that like it's very.
No, yeah, but you do this, as you said, you do this earlier in the story,
yes,
when like they're together and all this stuff. You don't do it now. The fact they're doing it now, it's just poor writing. It's actually just awful. You know what it looks like? It's like you know what this could be actually. Mm-hmm. What's the guy who's the big man who's like the head of the writing,
Yoshi P?
The head of the story. Yoshi P.
It's
like Yoshi P was working on Shadowbringers. He came over one day, and he saw what they were working on, and he's like, wait, you didn't explain anything of what's you have to do that. Like, what are you doing? And they're like, like, sorry. I guess we'll do it now. We'll do it now. It's like he explained to them that this has to be a part of it, so then they just quickly added it to the end, right? Like he pointed out that like this was missing, and so it was done at the end. Otherwise, they would have done it if they were aware of it. They would have done it during the story, but they didn't. They did it at the end, because that's when the supervisor came over and checked their work, and, like, gave them some notes, and then they just quickly put it at the very end.
Yeah, because it feels weird to just have it after the fact rather than like.
Yeah, it's because someone revised the story, told them what they were missing, so they just put it all at the very end.
And again, I would argue. So this is Yugiri's line, but I would argue that regardless of how good or bad that is, having that explanation beforehand and then seeing Gosetsu behaving the way he does would actually make this more dramatic, like more tragic, because you are aware of what he's doing. Like, you're aware that like this is like his way of coping with it, basically. So
that's
it
why.
would be a much more impactful scene to begin with, and having it after the fact, it doesn't matter, like it already happened.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like the fact that it's here, they never intended. They didn't know. They didn't know why
You know?
they didn't know why he was acting the way that he was. They didn't know why he took her in. They didn't know any of that. The reason why it's here after the fact is because they didn't think about it until after the fact. They're like, oh, we need to give him a reason. Let's say that he had a daughter. Okay, let's write that here. Like they didn't know. They didn't know what they were doing. Otherwise, they would have done it earlier. Like that's
Because
what
that
I'm
would just
trying to
add
explain
to the
here.
story, right? If you knew what
It
he
would.
was doing, rather than just being
Yeah.
baffled about his behavior.
It's just they didn't know. They didn't know. They didn't know he had a daughter and wife. They just came up with it now.
Would that the kami had been so minded. Even now I labor to discern any meaning in Yotsu's fate. To deliver her from certain death with no memory of her sins, only to leave her at the mercy of her stepbrother. Can that truly have been their will?
He was her step. Did we know that? Did we know that he was her stepbrother?
Yeah, that's the first time I hear that he was a stepbrother. I thought
Yeah,
they were
yeah,
just siblings. Or was he a stepbrother? Was it like the?
I'm pretty sure this is the first time they're saying that they're suddenly making him a stepbrother.
I'm like trying to think if he was like maybe like more pure blood, but then no, but they were her parents, and
Yeah.
they were his parents.
Yeah. They were her parents.
Like as far as we know, they were her biological parents, right?
Well, because of how what she said as well. Like she called them her parents. Like, and that's why her mother was chastising her as well. Like, yeah, like this line here is something that they just made up now, but I don't think they thought it through.
Hilda had a stepbrother. Has a stepbrother even. Maybe they just took their own character.
No, I think so very quickly here. So originally he was not a stepbrother, and that was her parents. I think they here they're saying that he's a stepbrother.
And he's gonna
so
be half
that
Guardian.
no. So it's lessening her evil acts, right? Like it's still awful, but her killing her brother is worse than her killing her stepbrother. So that's
I
that's
think
less...
that they're like adding to the drama that like they weren't even like actually fully siblings, that like they didn't like, care about her.
No. I think they're trying to write it so that she has more of a reason to have like a disdain for him, and it's easy. It's just
But doesn't
easier
that
to have her
justify
kill
him
him.
as well then?
Maybe a little bit.
But they want to make him evil though.
Yeah, but it makes it easier to kill him, and then maybe they can say that the woman that she killed was her stepmother, and that makes it easier for her to kill her stepmother as well. It's just giving a little bit more justification and just making it a little bit easier to swallow the idea, or just making it less horrific that she would kill her biological parents and her biological brother, because now suddenly it's a stepbrother and probably a stepmother as well, right?
Why not a
Yeah.
stepfather?
Because if everyone's step, then no one's then.
No, what I mean is that, like, what if the mother is biological, but it's the stepfather? Because it would make sense that he would sell her then, because he has no connection to her.
No, because I think it's a little bit more taboo, or it's a little bit more, again, horrific for you to kill your actual mother instead of its stepmother. I think.
But they want it to be.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, they don't. No, I'm telling you, they don't. They don't. I think they want to make her a little bit more sympathetic with this line, in my mind at least.
Maybe.
Otherwise, why change it, right? Like as I
Yeah, I
said,
don't
like
know.
it's easier to kill someone that you're not fully related to than someone that you're actually related to. So like, yeah. Otherwise, there'd be no reason to change it. They don't want to make her seem as evil as they did. For some reason.
Some reason, yeah, exactly. Like, it it just can't
Well,
do that.
I mean, the reason is they want to make her a little bit more sympathetic as much as they can.
But you made her so unsympathetic the entire expansion.
Yeah.
You used every tool possible in your tool set to make her a disgusting human being.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like the only thing she was missing is maybe like chopping our character's leg or something.
Yeah.
Yellow glow sticks.
That I cannot tell you. The world economy is not for us to know. Hold on.
What are you looking at?
Hold on. What is happening?
What? What did you look up?
Okay. It looks like it is. I mean, other people have caught on to it, so it's just inconsistent. It's just plot holes. So hold on. So apparently, in the first cutscene, that we got, which I don't know if you remember this. There's like an Echo cutscene. We get is a conscripted Imperial officer that the Warrior of Light catches. Calls on the Echo, and you see a flashback where he's speaking with a woman and her son, presumably Asahi. A young Yotsuyu approaches, and the woman claims that Yotsuyu's family has been killed and that she is her niece.
Yes. But she could have
Then
just
she
said that
says-
because she doesn't want her to be associated. So
Yeah,
that's
and
fine.
then we find out that Yotsuyu tells her that her parents mistreated her and then married her off to a rich old man. And then after that, they say that her father sold her to a brothel. And apparently people are saying that the way to make it make sense is that they married her to the old man died, and then they sold her to the brothel.
I mean, possible. Depends how old he was, I guess.
Uh-huh. And then they suddenly introduced that Yosuyu's her stepbrother. Right. They explain that. Sorry. Apparently, he's meant to be your stepbrother, not half-brother. So that means they're just not related at all. Yeah.
So wait, so she's supposed to not be connected to the parents, but then they're not her parents.
No, yeah. It's just everyone's talking about how like it's just very inconsistent. Like they wrote her character in multiple different ways, and it just doesn't make any sense. Yeah.
Sounds like a legend that's just been like, transformed over the years. And nobody actually knows the true story. But again, that would be a nice moment to hear Gosetsu talk about this, because apparently he knew something more, so maybe he knew the true version instead of all the other versions that people have been talking about.
No, it isn't that. It isn't that. It isn't. I think it's important to hammer down the fact that the reason why her backstory is inconsistent is because the writers didn't know what they were doing.
Yeah, I know. They could explain it that way, like, oh, it's like different interpretations from like different people or something.
But yeah, people online they were just bringing up the fact that it's just a bunch of different things that are said. And this doesn't make any sense. Okay. No. Welcome home, Sokka. Welcome home.
Soko, you missed the rant, so it's okay. We didn't get far.
Yeah, we were discussing the inner workings of the writing team and the decisions that are being made and how.
It's fine. We will be fine. Yellow glow sticks. You missed the fact that yellow glow stick is now my anti-stress emote. I just use it as like a anti-stress plushie.
Yeah, I think rant is maybe the wrong word there. I think again we were just kind of going over like the decisions that were made during the story, how it could have been made better, but why the decision made, which I think is important. I think our consensus, or at least my consensus, is that whoever was in charge of writing this patch, most likely in my mind, went to work on Shadowbringers. So they kind of pulled him out. They like pulled him out of the project, and they probably and then they just had to like wrap up this part of the story and
it did feel like the story like had to be like closed right now, and they didn't like actually go through all the stuff that they were supposed to.
Yeah. So like because that like nothing was satisfying because they just kind of ended it then and there a little bit abruptly. So like with what happened with Gosetsu, what happened with Yotsuyo, what happened with everything, like it's just very, very unsatisfying. And we brought it up even more because here we're like Band-Aid explaining it. So I say we, Hian right now, they're like very quickly Band-Aid explaining like, oh, by the way, Gosetsu had a daughter and Gosetsu had a wife and he was projecting his dead daughter onto Yotsuyo. But they're explaining all of this now after the story has concluded, which has very little weight to it now. And it's a very poor way of explaining things, and it's like a Band-Aid explanation.
Yeah, because it would have added more to the story if we knew that beforehand.
No, but because they realized that they were missing that part of the story, so it's like a Band-Aid explanation, bam, here at the very end. Whereas it would have been much better if that was brought into the story beforehand, during the quest line and during the story that was being told. But obviously they didn't, because they didn't know, right? Like they hadn't decided, they hadn't written it. They didn't know that he had a daughter at the time. When I say they, I mean the writers. The writers, they didn't write that he had a daughter and a wife and they were dead, and that's why he was projecting and all that stuff. They just came up with it here after the end of the story, which again is just very messy storytelling. But that's very clear to us, to me at least. Like, it's very, very clear that they just came up with it now, and they're very quickly trying to explain it after the story ended. It's just, yeah. It's awful. It's like high school level writing. It's actually insane. But what I do know is that for a brief moment, a girl known as Suyu lived among us. Okay. And that she brought with her a whisper of respite for a grieving heart. That we're just now being told. Okay. Nod. Complete.
You're saying you're politely nodding.
And that's what our characters just did. They just nodded and just moved on.
Yeah?
Yugiri.
Oh, Yugiri. Okay. However far his pilgrimage may take him, we have not seen the last of Gosetsu. Of that, I am certain.
Yeah. Doma owes you a great debt, my friend. Thanks to you, we have everything we need to prosper. You and Alasei must promise to visit us again soon, and Afinal too. When he returns from the Empire, know that my thoughts go with him. Okay,
yeah, my thoughts go with him as well.
Oh
no! Oh no! Look what's on the picture! Oh no!
I haven't spoken to her yet. We can speak to her in a bit. I'm gonna go get back to the banners. Maybe.
Okay. So yeah, how was workshop, Soko? The legend of good Final Fantasy writing starts with Shadowbringers, so I have no worries from this part. Yeah. That's what we've been hearing as well, so we're looking forward to it. But we'll see how they get out of the place that they are in right now. Like we'll see how they connect the two. Also, I mean, again, we'll see once we see Shadowbringers, but so far Heavensward is my favorite. Like, Heavensward was really nice. So we'll see if that changes after Shadowbringers, if I will still find Heavensward the best expansion. Workshop was fine. That's good. That's good. Ah. Wait. But if he was writing a report of your work, then shouldn't you be the one talking about your work? Ah. I see. You're working with photographies, right? Yeah. I see. I see.
And
Soko is just telling us about the workshop.
The legend of good Final Fantasy writing starts with Shadowbringers, so I have no worries from this part. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
I was just saying that I'm curious if after Shadowbringers, I will like it more than Heavensward, because so far Heavensward is my favorite.
No, yeah. Same. We'll see.
I see.
Because wasted an hour listening to this worker who came up there to write a report of how I've been working over there. I see. Get some rest, sucker. Get some rest. You know, crack open a beer, an ale.
No, the apple energy drink.
and the apple energy drink.
No.
You know, mix them together.
No.
And just
Don't do it. Resist the temptation.
And just relax. Decompress.
Maybe eat a dango.
Oh, nice. Okay, let's eat some dango. Okay, now let's say.
Are you ready to say hi to Liz?
We're going back. I mean, we have to, right? Like,
yeah, we have
like
to.
we've I guess wrapped everything up here. We have to go back to whatever the fuck is happening over in Listland.
Oh, neat. Okay.
Drinking Sima now. It's like sweeter than mead and only has 0.8% alcohol. This one's alcohol free there. Oh, there you go.
I don't think I've ever actually drank mead. Like, my family has, but I was just never interested.
LSA seems ready to bid farewell to Doma.
I think it's time we were going, don't you? We've done all we can here and we have a lot to report. But before we head back to the Rising Stones, let's call in at the Ralk's Reach. We should be the ones to tell Liz about Xenos. After everything we went through together, we owe her that. We shall tell her about the bulletproof kimono. I am genuinely looking forward to how they're gonna explain Xenos' life and how he's there. Like, I can't wait for the bulletproof kimono.
Oh,
it's raining.
Yeah, I think obviously it's good that, like, you know, the writing is going to improve as we get into Shadowbringers. It is just a shame because it's
we have a lot to work on to get on to like a good level.
No, 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 no. No, it's not that. I think it's. I think it's a shame because I think we wasted a potential good story, and I think
Yes,
we
yes.
wasted a good setting. I think that's the biggest thing, because I think the liberation of Alamigo and fighting against the Empire and going to Doma and encountering Yugi's culture and everything here, I think there was a lot of potential for not even just a good story, but really good world building. I think like again, there's so much wrong with this expansion, but I think maybe even bigger than the storytelling is the lack of world building. We spoke about it. I think one of the biggest failings of this expansion is just Doma is like three
Doma,
villages,
yeah.
right? Like Doma,
It feels like a single
especially
village, really.
especially with the architecture and with like the samurai and the shinobi and everything. Like I feel like this everything here was ripe with like potential of a more
Yeah, and
enthralling world.
we were presented with Doma being a bigger place, and then like it was just very disappointing where we arrived here.
No, yeah, but it isn't just the place, but just what we did here. Like we spoke earlier about like the lack of Yukiri doing anything, but
Yes.
it isn't just the waste of the character, but it's also the waste of like the whole all the
Telling us
shinobi,
what
right?
the
All the
shinobi
ninjas.
are.
Yeah, yeah. Whereas we could have done a lot more interesting things with like that aspect of those of that part of the culture, right? The samurai as well, right? With nothing was done with that. Like I think they gave a reason for it. Basically, all the samurai died because when Xenos came here, he just killed everyone, I guess. But like, so like I understand that they explained that, but like at the same time, that just makes for a less interesting story because there's nothing here. There's nothing here. It's a shame because like I feel like there could have been more. There could have been more. There should have been more. I think I said it before. I think they did it like Alamigo seems bigger than Doma, and I don't think it should, but it does.
It does feel
Like
bigger
I think
than
they,
Doma.
yeah, they did a better job, kind of presenting Alamigo. We've already
Even though
spoken about this.
Alamigo
They
is
did a
also
better
like
job.
villages, like they're like
Yeah.
settlements basically. And then like you have like the main palace thing, but like that was
Yeah.
like out of limits for a long time. We only saw it at the very end.
No, but even the main palace looks grander than
Yes.
than the main palace and
I
city
mean, it
in
doesn't
Doma,
help
right?
that we also demolished the palace in Doma.
No, even if it wasn't demolished though,
Yeah.
like it seems smaller in scale and smaller in size. Like they, like even if the writing was poor, when it comes to the Alamigo side of things, they did do a better job when it comes to like portraying
the
like this
place.
grander nation. Like yeah, presenting this grander nation and this wider nation of people. They did do a better job here at that, for sure. That's something that like we can give credit to them, of course, is that was they handled this region a lot better than the Doma region. But it's a shame because like I feel like the Doma region can be more interesting if they had worked on it more, you know.
Yeah. I mean, again, like as we said before, there are a lot of potential stories that just never went anywhere, and I feel like I'm more upset about that than anything. That like there were a few things where I'm like, ah, this is interesting, and it's just never followed up.
Yeah. I will say that, and obviously we don't know what happens in Dawn Trail and stuff like that, and future expansions. The one, I don't even know if I want to say saving grace, but like the silver, the very thin silver lining is that Hingashi obviously has similar architecture and probably a similar culture and similar like aesthetic to Doma, so they can always do an expansion there later. And again, I don't know if they do that in a later expansion or if they plan on
Sure.
doing that later on. But they can always reuse the Doma aesthetic with a better story later if we ever go to Hingashi, right? If we ever go to that part of the world, that is true. But it still doesn't make up for what they do with Doma.
Yeah, she's
right?
a
It's some of
separate
the same.
nation, separate country.
I know. That's why I'm saying like aesthetically, like using that aesthetic and using like that kind of motif, like the more Asian aesthetic is what I mean. Like the
So
that,
remember how
like
we
the
got the
architecture and all
samurai
that stuff.
class in this expansion, and then like didn't really learn anything about samurai?
Well, I already said that. Remember, that was one of the first things I said.
Yeah, but
about
shinobi
they're all
makes sense
dead and
because
stuff.
shinobi were actually in Doma, but samurai
Yeah.
are more of a Hingan thing, no?
Yeah. But that's like the one like silver lining is that we can always re-explore some of these things later in Hingashi, right? but it's not ideal. But like that's always like a thing that they can do later, right? They plan to make at least another decade of story to come, so shall see. No, yeah, for sure. Like again, like, but it doesn't make up for the poor story told here and the poor handling of the nation of Doma. It doesn't make up for that, but at least when it comes to the aesthetic, that part of the region, that part of the world, like they can visit that area again.
Yeah, but
right?
basically, hopefully they learned from this experience that they have better plans for the future.
Sure.
We'll see.
I don't know. It's, yeah, I don't know. I think the issue here is that this feels like a foundation expansion. It feels like it's important. It is important. It's just a shame how it was handled because it feels like it needs to have been handled a little bit better. Because I say that because Liz is going to be a character that sticks around for a while, right?
Yeah.
And like we do not like Liz at all. Like,
yeah, we just don't like it.
yeah, that's the issue, right? Like it was important that they handled.
Like her, but we don't because of how she was
Yeah.
written.
Yeah. Like that's the thing is that because of the poor writing here, they failed the character of Liz, which is a shame because she's going to be around for a while, right? Like, and it's a shame if there's like a poorly written character that's a part of the main cast.
And it's doubly a shame because she took the place of Ida, who we actually did like.
Yeah. That's the thing is it's so weird how inverse they did it because I think they handled Hien better than Liz, but Hien is like an Aymeric, right? He's like a side character, right? Like he's a character that we're going to see Hien again in the future.
Yeah, but
we're
he's
see him
going to
again.
stay with his nation.
Yeah. It's like he's going to cameo every now and then, and it's a shame because we needed the Hien writing here, not with Hien,
we pointed
right?
it
Like
out when Hien and Liz were together that it would make sense if Hien was more of a Liz's mentor, like that's like not mentor in the sense of like teacher, but more like a peer, you know, like an older peer.
Yeah, where they can grow together, right? Into leaders, you know. Yeah. So that's a bit of a shame. Anyway, let's go speak to Mango.
They've been quiet since their treachery in the throne room, but the Kalyana are a problem we need to solve at some point.
Oh yeah, remember that?
Yeah, I was gonna say, remember that? Remember the throne room?
They had the floor meeting in the throne room.
I remember.
They didn't bring any chairs or cushions.
Mielikka, Alice, you're back. No, Alfino? It's good to see you, Liz. As for my headstrong brother, he's off on what will almost certainly turn out to be a once-in-a-lifetime trip to Garlemald. That sounds very threatening, Alice.
We're joking about him dying. Yes, that's what she's doing.
Yeah, but that was very, harsh. It's a long story, but we have evidence that Xenos might still be alive. What? But if this is a joke, gods, this had better be a joke. Yeah, we saw him die with our very own eyes. Where's his bulletproof kimono? Look, I know what I saw, alright? We all saw it. And here you are saying he's alive and well and living in the high life back in Garlemald. I know how ludicrous that sounds. I'm still having difficulty believing it myself. But while I might doubt the word of an Imperial envoy, I'm inclined to trust Mielikka's. She saw the Crown Prince through the Echo, in a meeting that could only have taken place in the recent past.
Okay, hold on. So, before we move on with this part of the story, because now we're moving on. We're just moving on from everything Doma. We're just, you know what? Ooh, sa. Ooh, sa.
Where are your yellow glow sticks?
Yes. So, what do you think is a better story to be told? Because obviously, first things first, I don't think it's. I don't know if it's a good thing for them to keep harping on like what, but we saw him die. Like they keep harping on that because obviously they want to address the fact that he's not dead. Yeah, and then they want to address that. Do you think it's better that he's now like part primal and that he can be wished back whenever, or that there's some other explanation, another creative explanation to it. What do you think? What's your prediction as to what it is, and what do you think would be better?
I honestly will refrain from predicting anything because at this point they can write what they want. I actually think it would probably be more interesting and more acceptable if he was part primal, and not necessarily that he can be like wished like forever or something, that like he's just immortal, but that there's something like he's not a human being anymore. Like there's something else about him, and because the Garlians have been working on the Alagan technology and like controlling the icons and so on and so forth, like they were able to somehow control his energy as well, and that's how he's still alive. But like maybe it's like not very stable or something, but they were able to do it. But I think the explanation I would be most okay with was that because he merged with a primal, like his like life energy is now part primal, or maybe he's actually not even there, like this is just like his life energy connected with the primal that's like manifesting or something.
I think maybe a more important question is, do you think he survives this expansion?
The expansion,
do you think they're gonna do
the
what they
post patch?
The expansion, because there's 2 more patches. There's this patch and another patch.
No.
So do you think he's gonna survive 2 patches?
2 patches? Maybe. Solid maybe. The expansion, no.
So you think he's gonna survive the expansion?
I think he will not live past Shadowbringers, but he may be in Shadowbringers.
So you think he's gonna survive Stormblood? He's gonna survive the expansion. Stormblood is what I'm saying.
Yes. I'm gonna say yes, because we only have 2 patches.
I mean, they brought back Azula for a patch and killed her in a patch.
No. I don't think they will do that twice. They like Xenos too much.
Okay. I agree that it's interesting, and I hope they do it. It's interesting to tackle the idea of him. Just make him a primal, of making him like primal, part primal, but tackling the wrestling with the idea of them being opposed to primals.
Yeah, because
like
Guardians don't like icons. That.
Yeah. But having to wrestle with the idea of now one of their leaders is one, and what that means, and even what that means like personally to Xenos as well. I think there's something interesting and like psychological that can be explored there. If they want to go that route, I agree that there's something there. I don't know if they'll do anything with it. I don't like you just said, like they're not gonna like bring him back just to kill him because they just did it with Azula. They're not gonna do that again, right? I mean,
you don't have much faith in it.
Have they learned their lesson? Well, their lesson should have been, because this is the lesson that they messed up with in A Realm Reborn, and that is killing Gaius. I don't think they should have killed Gaius, and they kind of messed up. And I think they would agree that they messed up in killing Gaius. And then they repeated that mistake by killing Xenos in Stormblood, and Azula in Stormblood. And then they're like, oh fuck, we got to bring him back. And then they kill him again. They killed Azula again. It's like, what? Why bring her back? Like we agreed that it was. In the end, they shouldn't have brought her back if they wasted the character. Here. I think it's better if he survives the expansion. I'm not convinced he will, because this is the same people that brought back Azula and killed her. So like these are the same people, right?
Yeah, but I think it would be too much if they just did it again. Like I think even they know better than that. I just feel like they Xenos is more important to them than Azula is. And that's why I think he will live longer. I don't think he will go past Shadowbringers, though. I think, if anything, he will go down in Shadowbringers.
Okay, probably. Okay, I agree. I do hope that they don't kill him off here and they use the character later. And I hope that they explore some of the more interesting aspects of the character.
Yeah, and again, I hope they
don't mess him up.
Yeah, I hope they go the primal route, the icon route, because that is something they've shown us many times, that Guardians have been experimenting with the Echo, they have been experimenting with the Icons. And actually, that would make a lot of sense, because the Echo experiments were directly under Xenos. So maybe the rest of Garlemald doesn't like those experiments. And then you could have like that entire story from the side of Garlemald, where like, you know, Xenos represents a faction of people who are willing to go that length, to do they are willing to do these things, while the rest of the Empire doesn't necessarily agree with that.
Yeah, the most interesting thing here that I think they could do with Xenos is in Shadowbringers, is that they have the Empire try to kill him. I think I love the idea of, because of what he's now become, and because he's kind of like the idea of him becoming something that he's against, and the idea of the Empire turning against him because now he's a primal. I think that is like ripe for like an interesting story. I think it's too much to get into it in these two, like in the post patch.
Yeah.
They'd have to get into it in
the thing is, you keep saying something that he is against, but I don't know if he is necessarily against.
No, maybe not something he's, but the Empire is.
The Empire is. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He may be representing a faction that doesn't think that way, because he was always like a bit of like an outsider in the Empire. Like I feel like he wasn't as involved as like other royal members. Like that the impression I always got, that he was like kind of an outsider of the family.
Maybe, but the thing is that like if he does become like part primal, then there needs to be some conflict there between the Empire.
Yeah. Because that would make it interesting, and it would also make sense why he seems to be kind of in hiding.
Yeah. So that would be an interesting thing to explore, and I hope they do. It was him or Xenos. I like how they're both the same answer.
Yeah. That's what I keep saying. If you're not giving me a choice, then don't give me a choice, because it's the same answer. Yeah. Give me different answers.
Xenos is alive. Like two is like more matter of factly. One is like a little bit more.
Yeah, but I don't know if he's alive. Like, what do we define as alive?
That's a weird distinction. That's like us saying like.
I mean, he may be a primal. I don't know if a primal is alive technically.
No, it's alive.
Okay, he's alive. No, it must have been, I don't know, some kind of really convincing impostor. Xenos is dead. He had a great big hole in his neck. We buried him. I didn't know they did that, by the way.
They didn't know either. They're just now writing it.
Aye, and someone went to the trouble of desecrating the bastard's grave, remember? No.
Did they dig up his body?
Did they dig up his body and make him a zombie?
You know what? I was legitimately going to say. I held my tongue. I was gonna say that it'd be stupid if they do it. So there's like an infiltration mission where they came in.
Yes,
I
was gonna say that was the stupidest option.
Yeah. The stupidest option would be that they dig up his grave, they take back his body, and then they use like medical, like imperial technology to bring him back to life. And he's not a zombie, but like, you know, that they do that instead of the primal thing. The primal thing is so much more interesting than them taking his dead body.
And also the primal thing, it would be consequences for his actions, because that was a big thing.
No shot.
They just. Did they really go for the worst possible choice? I was saying, I beat my tongue. I was like, this is where we find out that like there was like an infiltration mission, and they specifically retrieved his dead body. Nope, that's exactly what it is. Because remember, I said that back when Alfino said it, that like they had his body, because I didn't know if they like, or maybe they like left him. No, they specifically said they had his body. And I think I even said it, that like they like probably like infiltrated to steal the body or something. Is they really? Is that really?
They dug up his body.
You know
they performed CPR, and he was good to go.
You know what, right?
Yeah.
Xenos is gonna be dead this patch, actually. And we're gonna move on to the next guy. Forgola is gonna be the next bad person of the next patch, and then she's also gonna die.
True. We'll see what happens. But yeah, the worst option that they could do is that
No.
they stole his body and they just brought him back to life. Like
No,
that's actually the
don't.
worst option.
No. You had it right there in front of you.
It's right there.
It was
it's
right
there.
there.
Yeah, it's right there. It's the obvious thing to do. Anyway. Thou's Gilded Horse. Whatever are you talking about? It's Xenos.
Yes, it's Thanos himself.
Hello, la grasa. Buenas tardes. Sí, sí. Bien tarde. It's 1 a.m. 1 a.m. Good.
You know what? Next time we're playing MSQ, I think I'm gonna get my clown shoes on. Like, we have a clown outfit.
Uh-huh.
What the heck is going on here?
Still thinking about the game one banter between Jimmy and Eva. Yes. that was peak drama this morning. Peak drama.
It was, I saw.
True.
Tankett, what brings you to the Reach?
Alfino had me lending a hand at the Sultry and keeping an eye on the rebuilding work. I remember how we extorted the people Amigo and we're taking advantage of them.
Yellow glow sticks. Yeah. Yellow glow sticks.
Yep. Yeah, I remember that. Just until operations were up and running, and now that they are, I thought I might look in on you before wending my weary way back to the headquarters.
Yeah, as a reminder,
Forgive me.
Tankett cannot travel because he has no magic.
Forgive me if I misheard, but is there some suggestion that the late Crown Prince could have gotten better? If so, might I suggest a quick look inside his coffin as our first order of business? I mean, I would have thought that would have been the first thing we did, but sure, yeah.
Yeah, I thought they would look at that when they desecrated his grave.
Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Okay. So writing is out the window. Stupid ideas only. Okay. One of the stupidest ideas. Yes. One of the stupidest things that they could do, and awful things, is that they stole his body and they reanimated it. The other one, okay, is
they
that
made a clone.
Yes, the other one is that they took like some DNA samples. They didn't actually take the body, but they did take some samples, and they cloned him.
I don't think so, and that is, you know why?
Why?
Because on the little thingy on the echo memory that we see, Xenos has his neck wrapped in bandages.
No, yeah, maybe the clone has to, it takes a while for them to be fully operational. But I was thinking that as well, because it looked like he was injured, right?
He looked injured. Well, that's why I'm saying that it cannot be like an imposter, or they are hiding it by making him injured.
Or like it's just part of the procedure, right? Like, because to make the clone, maybe some other stuff has to happen. I don't know.
Yeah, so reanimating a stolen corpse is always my plan A. Yeah. See, there were so many choices, and that's the one they went. Okay.
Yeah.
Look. Head empty, we're going. As much as I hated the man, it doesn't feel right to defiling his grave. But if it will put this rumor to rest, I suppose we have to. And when there are no curious eyes about, if we can manage it. Xenos is buried up the blood hole in the logs. His grave was set apart from the others and left unmarked, so as not to upset the locals. Then it shouldn't be too hard to find. Nago, you're in charge until I get back. Tankett is gonna be there like next year.
Look. Maybe he's still a primal. We'll see. Like this could all be nothing.
No, it's too late. They spoiled it. I handed it to them on the platter. It was there together with his bulletproof kimono.
Yeah. It's Like the obvious in-universe thing is that he's just a primal, and again, like it allows for everything that's interesting. If he's not a primal, and if they take away any of that, like the fan fiction that we wrote about you know, the inner turmoil and like the inner conflicts between the Empire and having like a primal like
Yeah, and
commander and leader and
actually,
stuff
what
like
he
that.
did
If
back
there's none
then,
of that,
it had no
then
consequences.
yeah, and if there's none of that, then there's no need for him to be in Shadowbringer. It's like,
Yeah.
ah, we'll see.
But yes, this was supposed to be a big thing that he was like connected to a primal and stuff, so there should be consequences of that. Maybe? No? No? No one?
We'll
Okay.
see. Look, we'll see. We'll see. Okay, maybe.
I lost hope already. It's gone. The moment they infiltrated the grave, they lost all my goodwill.
No. Okay. Oh, mate, Tancred. Hello, Sartan. Hello. Good to see you. That's an unmarked grave, but at the same time, there's a bunch of text on the
Yeah, it's very unmarked.
table. Yeah. My money is on writhing snakes, possibly spiders. Let's pry it open and see what comes out.
What fun.
Okay, how to say?
Most of the graves are grouped together, but they managed to find a lonely spot for Xenos, didn't they?
This.
This is it. Gods, he'd better be in there. Someone crawled all over the stone a while ago, but I had it scrubbed off and thought no more about it. Also, someone made
So
this
no one
right.
thought.
Okay.
So no one thought to check. No, that was. She said that they cleaned it. It's like there was graffiti.
Ah,
That's kind of what they're implying. So no one thought to check if the coven was still occupied. Well then, we are presented with but one course of action. And we had best be sure we are not observed in the doing of it. Shall we begin?
are we really doing this? Is this the plot line?
Oh dear. We seem to be missing a corpse.
Well, it must be somewhere. I only hope it isn't walking around.
I'm glad we made sure that nobody sees us. That was very,
Yeah.
very stealthy of us.
No, yeah. We're very, very stealthy. It's true.
Just standing in the middle of nowhere in bright clothes.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
So, Gopa looks like he was. Yeah, that he's not a primal. He's not. It's just. Yeah, they just took his body. They didn't even take like a leg or like his head or no. They just took everything.
They just
took
took
the
the
whole
whole
thing.
thing. They took the whole thing. They took their little needles, like sew it together, and like filled it
Yeah.
with like plush. Wherever there was like parts missing, they like filled it with plush, so it's like nice and soft, and like sew
Yeah.
it together. And then they covered it in
Yeah.
bandages, so nobody would see that it's actually half plush, because they didn't really have body parts, spare. So they kind of just like made him like this kind of like creature. And then he woke up and he realized that he's now part of plushie, and he couldn't live with that, and that's why he lives in the dark room.
I thought you were gonna say he woke up, then he realized he wanted to be political, and he
Oh,
he
true,
realized
true.
that
No,
actually.
because see, part of his brain was also missing, so they replaced it with the brain of a politician. And it's like,
Oh,
oh,
do you think they were-
suddenly I'm political.
Do you think that they were inspired by what happened to Tsuyu, so now he has brain damage, and then as a result he has to change his personality. Now
Yeah,
he cares
because
less about fighting strong opponents. Now he cares
yeah,
more
actually, he
about
doesn't care
apparently
about
causing
fighting
conflict.
anymore because he was
Yeah.
out of oxygen for so long that like part of his brain
Yeah.
just got damaged. Yeah.
Lovely.
What's in the fuck? Xenos Dango arc, yes.
True.
No,
Yes,
see-
that's what it is. He
See,
wants
the
some
problem
dango.
is, I actually liked the idea of Yotsu having brain damage as like a story thing. What is this?
Okay.
What is
God.
that?
Ooh.
They really went with the stupidest choice. How?
They
What?
did. Yeah,
They
did.
had
They
it-
did.
What happened to the primal? What happened to the big dragon? Oh, I'm gonna eat you thing. What happened to
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
What happened to him ceremoniously killing himself?
No, he had the sword-proof kimono. That's why.
I thought you were gonna say that
Swordproof.
his sword was sword-proof. Actually,
Yeah.
it was
Exactly.
actually a rubber sword. That's why he couldn't kill us because it was actually rubber. And he didn't actually die. He just like fainted. You know. There's like this nerve you can press and you faint, and he just did that. So it would look like he's dead.
Yeah, he almost actually died because he was running out of oxygen there. That's
Yeah,
where the
because
brain
they
damage
actually
came
buried
from.
him. It's like, oh shit!
Yeah.
I didn't think they would actually do that.
Oh,
Like he thought they would just leave him unburied because like they
Yeah.
hate him, but no, they actually tried to bury him, and he like almost like ran out of air. But
exactly.
fortunately for him, they picked a big grave, so he had just enough.
It's a big grave. It's very wide. Do you think they buried him with his armor?
Yes. They had to find a big one big enough for his shoulder pads.
Yeah. That makes sense. Okay, go on.
It's just good shadow fingers. Can we just move on? Can they?
Let's just wrap
Can
it
they-
up.
can they
Just wrap it up.
Can
Let's.
they just like look? We thought we reached rock bottom like 5 patches ago, okay?
Ah.
And it's not getting better.
No. You can make it. It's fine.
We're gonna like go through the core of the earth at this point. Okay, hold on. If there's no corpse, then are we to conclude the rumors are true?
Not necessarily. We might still be dealing with a doppelganger. What kind of copium are we doing right now? What's happening? Maybe they took his corpse and then they peeled off his face and they took his face off. And this other guy, they did
Yeah, they gave it
the
to
John
Fane.
Travolta surgery.
They gave it to Fane.
They put on a new face. And that's why suddenly he's more interested in the political nature
because
of
it's Fane.
Doma and what's happening. Because it's someone else. Yeah, it's someone else with his face. Yeah.
For those
That's
who don't
why
know,
his
Fane-
shoulders aren't as wide as they were before.
True. But for those who don't know, Fane is a character in Divinity who actually takes people's faces and wears them.
Yeah. There you go. It's possible. Oh, we got a face-off situation here. We do. Serenity now. Yes, Serenity now. Are you still with a doppelganger of some kind? An agent could have been sent to dispose of the body in a bid to lend credence to the tale of Xenos' resurrection. Why are we wasting any kind of like space right now and any words when we literally said that we used the echo to see him? Like, why? What is this? Like, this line of dialogue makes no sense if we literally said that we saw him, right? Like, why are we
did
coping
see that
right
we
now?
saw it. I mean, it could be a like a doppelganger still, but what would the checking the grave then give us that we didn't already know?
Yeah.
In that sense, like, yeah.
Like we are jumping through hoops right
Also,
now.
let's keep just standing here over the open grave, by the way, that we're so stealthy looking at.
More and more, however, I find myself siding with Alphanel's theory of Ashen possession. Speaking from experience, I can tell you that they have no qualms about taking a living host, let alone a dead one. So this... so what are they saying? Are they saying that an Ashen is possessing the dead body of
Yes,
Xenos?
the body of
and
Xenos. That
pre-
Xenos is dead, but Ashan is like working his
and they're
body.
pretending to be Xenos so then they can pull... I mean, unironically, that would explain why suddenly he's political. 'Cause we were talking about like, oh, he had brain damage, that's why he changed his mind, or that's why he's acting in a way that he shouldn't be acting. Or we were, theorizing like the face-off situation, that's why he's not acting the way that he should be. But if he's being possessed, that would explain why he's not acting the way that he should be. Unironically, like that would be like a way to explain that. But it's stupid.
I still think the primal would be the better idea.
It would, yeah, obviously, yeah.
I
It's
mean,
the cleaner idea.
regardless of whether or not it's silly that like he would be like primal and he would be like revived, but like again, I feel like it's necessary that there are consequences for him merging with a primal, and like if he's just a human body, then there were no consequences. Like him being dead is not a consequence of that. That's a consequence of fight of fighting someone. Like I want there to be a consequence of him like going for the primal.
Yeah, we're all on the same page. Speaking of experience, I can tell you they have no qualms about taking a living host, let alone a dead one.
You're saying an Ashan is walking around in Xenos' body?
It seems a distinct possibility. Once I have put this grave back the way we found it, I shall pay a visit to the people responsible for interring the Crown Prince. Before leaping to any conclusions, I want to know for sure if a body was ever buried here, and how certain we are that Xenos was properly dead.
If he wasn't, it was some trick. He as good as cut his own head off. Anyway, Rauban needs to hear about this. If you find anything out, send word to me at Dralk's Reach. I don't know why I'm surprised. With matters setting in Doma, we were due another crisis. Shall we make for the Rising Stones then? It's past time we shared those developments with the others.
Boy.
It just teleported. Okay, cool. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
What do we talk to?
Alice. Okay. I'll just reach out.
While I was waiting for you to arrive, I spoke with Urianger over Linkpearl and gave him a full report.
I remember Link Pearls. Remember Ranger? Remember how he's not been a part of the entire expansion except for the very beginning when he set us off?
I would use a Linkpearl emote, but you couldn't see it because we instanced. So, but remember how? Firstly, nobody ever uses Linkpearls. Secondly, people call over Linkpearls and they're like, "Hey, come to the base. We cannot talk about this over the phone." Right?
Yeah.
Like that's what they say. Like it would be say, yeah, like come to this place and we're gonna talk because this is not this is not the conversation for the Linkpearl. And then Alice goes on her Linkpearl. It's like beep beep, beep beep, Urianger. Hey, have you heard that we're missing Xenos' body? Yeah, I don't know how that happened. That's silly, isn't it?
It's they just play very fast and loose with it, very fast and loose. Like they use it when they use it, they don't when they don't. Like they sometimes make like excuses for why they're not using it. Sometimes they don't. It's just one of those things.
This is like the matter of like country import, and you're okay with saying that on Linkpearl, but like doing business is not okay on Linkpearl.
Yeah, it's just inconsistent. Yeah, it's just
Sure. Yeah.
And unironically, do you want to know why they did that? Okay, my theory, my theory, because you're correct. Like if something like this would happen, all right, you call everyone in, we're gonna have a meeting, right? We're gonna have a meeting,
Yeah,
everyone
this is
come to the Rising
important.
Stones, and we're gonna have a big conversation. I would imagine the reason why they did this is because they did not want to pay Oriandra's voice actor to come in and to record whatever,
You don't
like
need
this
to record
this
the
scene.
voice line. It can be just text.
No, I think this section is going to be with voice though. That's my. If this next section is with voice, then it's because they did not want to pay Oriandra's voice actor. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see if there's voice or not. We'll see. But that's.
I bet you right
that's my
now that
explanation.
there is no voice acting.
Yeah. Okay. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Shell's on her way. Was she? Is she now coming? Is she done with the hospital? She
Yeah,
was in the hospital
she's
this entire
already
time.
rehabilitated. Ishtola is on her way. It should be here. And she's here. Let's see.
It's a Saw's line.
Alice, Mielikka, it's good to see you safe and well. What news have you from the east? Not even dialogue.
Wait, why did we go to the Rising Stones to only speak to it? I thought everyone was coming together.
No, we're here just for Ishtola, who was in a hospital in Ralk's Reach.
Yeah, why didn't we go to the hospital?
Don't understand. We had to gather here because this is a very important matter that we cannot talk about on Linkpearl.
Okay.
Except we talked about it on Linkpearl. So now. Disturbing developments indeed. Given all that we know, I too would conclude that an Ascian now inhabits Xeno's body.
Why is that the first thing that we're going to? Like, obviously because they brought us so much, that's what happened. But like, why is that the initial thought? Isn't that weird? Like, isn't that really? Yeah, it's like it's. What's the worst? It's just really contrived writing, right? As in, if we're in a situation, and I don't know, we come home and like the door was broken down and like the room is trashed and like there are things missing and stuff. We're like our assumption is like, oh god, like, you know, someone broke in and there was like a burglary or something, and then someone else is like, oh no, like I don't know, like there was like an animal broke through and destroyed everything, but like didn't.
You can tell.
Yeah, but there's no like claw marks or anything like that. It was like he just says like, no, clearly, yeah.
I mean, the broken glass suggests that.
Yeah. There's like a broken window, so you must have gone through the window.
Usually, when bears attack, they break the glass.
Yeah, they break the window, and then you find out that it was a bear. It's like, what? It's like, no, but like why are we giving this any kind of credence, and why are we so convinced that this is it? If there are like other explanations that we would explore first. Obviously this is it, but like it's like we're just hyper fixated on this one like line of reasoning out of nowhere. Isn't it weird?
I mean, I feel like it's a stretch. Like, I see why they would think that, because like Alfino said something along the lines that like when primals are involved, like usually it's Ascians, so like in this they're also Ascians. Because of what happened to Azula, like he assumed that Ascians must have, because the fact that Azula was a primal was also by these Xenos, so that's why Alfino assumed that maybe it's an Ascian because of the primal business. However, I do agree that it's too soon to be like, oh no, yeah, this is definitely Ascians. Like, you should be like, this is the most likely explanation, but it's possible that it's something else still.
As you said, it's too soon in the investigation to already conclude and push so much towards a certain conclusion, a certain like solution, right?
Yeah.
Like obviously because they're fixated on it so much, I guess that's clearly what happened. But like it's just really weird for them to jump to that conclusion as quickly as they did. That's what's weird.
Yeah.
And because I should clarify, because they jumped to that conclusion, they skipped a bunch of steps. Like they just skipped like the investigation and piece things together and trying to figure. They just skipped all of that, and they just rushed to the end.
Yeah, it's like this is
and
the
it's like,
explanation.
oh no, bam, yeah.
It's like It's like, you know, you're watching like a crime show, like an investigation crime show, and like midway through the episode, they're like, it's this guy, by the way. And then they just like move on.
Yeah, just move on. Yeah, just moving on.
Okay. I too would conclude that an Ascian now inhibits Xenos' body. A doppelganger might fool the Crown Prince's subordinates, but Mielikka? Nay, Alfino had the right of it. Would that his wisdom extended to the question of his own safety. Capable though he has become, he ventures alone into the enemy's stronghold, and the shadowy web of the Paragons like as not. Well, when it comes to making rash decisions, I'm hardly in a position to criticize, but I'm worried. I just wish there was something I could do for him besides pray.
I think
Yes,
the
why
other
did
disappointing.
we let him go?
I think the other disappointing thing is that Oh, hold on. I think we might get a cutscene.
Oh.
Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. What are you doing fiddling with that thing? I asked you a question, soldier. Are we meant to recognize him?
Looks like an Edison.
What are you? Have you lost your mind? Oh, there's an Ascian inside him as well. Katana wielding soldier. Okay. I've lost many things, but my mind is yet mine own. There, upon the stage I stood, prepared to take my final blow, only to find that the finale was but intermission. Wait a second. No shot. No shot. Koopa, are you thinking what I'm thinking? No shot. Are you,
What?
do we actually have a face-off situation?
What?
Is that Xenos? Is his
I
brain
think so.
is the brain of Xenos inside this random soldier? Is that what happened? Do we really have a face-off situation where we have one guy in the body of Xenos and then Xenos is in
I
this
mean-
body instead? Do we? No.
Huh?
We're going full Fast and the Furious. Let's go. Oh no.
What's the... That makes no fucking sense.
Uh-huh.
Because then why did they need his body in the first place? What? Or is...
No, they need.
Wait.
No, they want to. Yeah.
No, but... What?
What?
It's like... Because they did steal the body. The body is not there.
Yeah. Yeah.
So is the Ashen
Yep.
using the body, but then they transferred the personality of Xenos to somewhere else? Or the more funny
Uh-huh.
explanation. Okay, here's a more fun explanation.
Uh-huh.
They took Xenos' body, and the Ashen has Xenos' body. Yes? However, and I
Okay.
literally swing my finger in the air, so you can start telling
Okay.
this serious. However, Xenos is now a primal. So he enthralled one of the soldiers who was supposed to guard over the grave, and he just took over his body because he can do so now.
I don't know if that's how that works.
I
I
mean,
don't-
maybe it does now.
Uh-huh. So this is okay. This is you have to think of the stupidest thing possible. Okay.
I mean, that's
So-
what I said was pretty stupid. Okay,
No, yeah, it's pretty stupid. Okay, so what they did was the Asians, they brought Xenos back to life, and then there was an internal battle between the Ashen and Xenos, and then the Ashen was able to force Xenos out of his brain, take over the body, and then Xenos he was flung into the ether, he was flung into the world, and then he found a host. He found a new host, and he was able to take
How?
over this body instead.
How did
What
he
do you
find
mean
a
how?
host?
He's a primal. He's a primal.
Yeah, but
He
that's
can do whatever he
literally what I
wants.
said.
Yeah, but he found a house. But like I say that only because he wasn't intentionally put there. Otherwise, it would have just killed him. Like as in like the
that's
Ashians.
what
when,
I mean. That like it
yeah.
wasn't like they changed their personalities. It was like that they
Yeah.
have the body, and instead because he's a primal, he was able to find his way into another body.
Yeah. That's what I mean. But like I would assume he was pushed out. I wouldn't assume that he was just. Yeah.
Sure, I don't know if that works like that, but sure.
Because otherwise he would have fought for his own body. My assumption is that he fought for the body and he lost, and so then he had to find another host.
I mean, either that or maybe like his body was already occupied and he just couldn't do it.
Well, he would just fight for it. He would fight for it. You'd fight for it. You'd fight for your body.
Can you fight with an Ashen though?
Yeah, Primal can do that. Yeah, sure. He just lost.
Maybe.
Maybe.
But you have to read his lines more theatrical. They're not dramatic enough.
Okay.
He's full
Let's
drama
move
now.
on to the next dialogue. Shall I use this chance to repent for my sins, embrace goodness and mediocrity? Nay, I think not. While the one I yearn to face yet lives, the hunt must go on.
See, they would be such good friends with Karasu. Lovely. Looks like a flying chocobo.
It looks like a goblin machine.
That's two. It sounds like one as well. I'm glad we got to see that. Just randomly. Again.
Save the audio. So, a couple of things. Again, they can do. Once again, there are things that they can do that are interesting with this concept, but I don't think they will. I like the idea of Xenos not acting his usual self, and the people around him becoming suspicious. And specifically his father becoming suspicious. I want that. I want like something that's so much more interesting is I want the Ashian to want to push his agenda, right? To cause conflict and to sow chaos and to want primals to be brought back and all this stuff, right? And he's got his own agenda. And the idea of that being so abnormal to how Xenos usually acts, and for that to raise suspicion, and for that inner conflict, right? To cause that inner conflict, because that's like, again, like he's your son, like someone is desecrating your son's corpse and parading it around and behaving like him. Like
I mean, to be fair, I don't know how much the Galleons care, but sure.
There's probably like some pride stuff involved in that sort of thing. Like even if they don't like love each other, like there's something there, right? When it comes to wielding your family name. So I want some conflict there first and foremost, because that's interesting to me. That's the first thing that I want. The other thing, which is the stupid factor, is they're gonna have Xenos fight Xenos, and he's gonna try to fight for his body. Right, like he's like I'm back. I'm stuck in this like shell of a hull of a dead corpse.
Oh no!
I need my body back, and you need the face-off scene where they're facing off against each other.
No, you know what's gonna happen?
There's gonna be a battle between them, and we're gonna help him.
Yes, I was gonna say we're gonna help him. He's actually gonna travel with us as an LSN, and we'll be like, oh, he's actually not so bad. Look at him, and then we're gonna help him fight for his body. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the stupidest thing.
And then we will give him a
back.
persimmon.
We give him a dango. Yeah. Now, what I will say, do you think they're gonna use $4? Do you think they forgot? Do you think the writers forgot about $4? Do you think they forgot about that character? Jennifer Dollar?
See, here's the problem.
Because this is an opportunity to use her.
Yeah, but here's the problem.
This
This would be a nice opportunity indeed for them to use $4 because of how weird the situation is. However, I no longer trust them in doing it well. I guess that would be my side. That I want to like. It was one of those plot lines that were really, really interesting to me, but I no longer have trust that they can do it well. But something else I wanted to say was. So if the Ashian is the one pushing for all the primals and stuff, then was the whole thing with connecting with the primals Xenos' idea or the Ashian's idea?
What do you mean? What do you mean connecting with the primal? No, that would have been. I think that would have been Xenos' idea. I don't think he cares. I don't think he cares. Right? We spoke about this. I don't think he has as strong feelings about the whole primal thing. Right?
Maybe, yeah.
That's like unrelated.
Okay, because my
I would imagine.
my question would be like, where like was like Xenos and the Ashen working together before that, or is that like a new development?
Are you saying they could do it where the reason why he was able to join with the Primal is because he actually worked with the Ashians to acquire the ability to do that, but it was like a deal with the devil sort of thing where it's like he sold his soul, and because he allowed that, because that happened, that allowed for them to take over his corpse.
Yeah.
Right, like that's the reason why they could do that, is because, and that would close a plot hole, because it would close off the idea of them doing it with anyone, because that's the issue right now, at least in my mind, is that if they can take over the dead body of Xenos, they can take over the dead body of anyone, really.
Yeah.
But if they write it so that actually he did something special with the Ashians first, which allowed them to do that afterwards.
But like his body wasn't normal to begin with.
Yeah, his body was like compromised to be able to even merge with the primal to begin with. That also allowed for the Ashians to take over his body as well. Like you can write that. Like you can, yeah.
Yeah, I think that would make sense, because we got a confirmation, I think, that it was him fighting us at the palace. Like it wasn't back then that it was someone else. That, like it was him because he remembers that scene.
Yeah, we knew that.
Yeah.
So do you think we're gonna go all buddy cop and we're gonna help him get his body back?
Yes.
Do you think they're gonna have a portion of the story where we work together but we don't know it's him, and then it reveals it's him later, or do you think they're just gonna straight up just reveal it's him?
I want to say that Xenos is smart and he will not reveal it. But at the same time, he already attacked the soldier and like left. So I don't know if we even will get to work with him to begin with, just because he left. Like if he didn't leave, then we would work together. But because we didn't, then
I hope they use $4 here. The problem is that I legitimately, because you said it yourself, like you have no faith in these writers. I have no faith either. I think they forgot about her. Like I think they've wrapped up that story, like. Which is a shame, because remember, there were people rioting, wanting her killed. Like there were people like protesting for her even being in jail. Remember that? And how like Raban had to quell the crowd, but like there was no resolution to that. Like what was the resolution to that? I can't remember. Like did we agree to like let her live and just be in jail, or did we set her free, or what?
Remember, because she has the echo, she helped us fight the primal, and all the village leaders were there to see it. And they were thankful for her, and they said that they will not forgive, but they are thankful for her help. And I think they will try to convince their villagers to not kill her, and that she will just stay in prison.
But that means she's still in jail, right?
Yeah, she just stays in prison. I mean, she wants to be in prison. She went back to her cell herself.
Do you think this is where you go full like no brain? He's gonna go on a mission and he's gonna break her out. He's gonna break her out.
Yeah.
And then he's like, I need your help. We got a mission. We gotta.
It's like, who are you?
We gotta pull this high stuff. Yeah.
And that's when he reveals that he may not look the same, but it's him.
He needs to bring together a team. He's gonna go full Ocean's 11. Okay, he's gonna get $4. He's gonna head on over and he's gonna get like the corpse of like Azula, because she's a primal. Because they could just remember we didn't touch on this. They could just wish her back to life. To be honest, like Azula, like technically they just wish her back. She's a primal now. Yeah, just wish her back. They're gonna get Azula.
To be fair, I still don't know. I still don't know if like I think Azula is similar to Isael, where like they call the primal on herself. Like if her body is dead, then she's dead.
They can write it however they want. If they want to make her come back, they can.
But Isael is dead, so I would assume that so is Yotsu.
Maybe.
I think they're the same thing, basically.
Kind of, because that logic would apply. I think that logic would have applied to Xenos. which means that logic would have been broken because if we had written it that he would come back to life, he would be in the same boat.
No,
where he's,
I
like,
wouldn't
part
say
primal.
Xenos was the same because he didn't call the primal onto his body. The primal was already there. He merged with it. Like it was a different instance.
That's I feel like you can make a similar like argument between the two. Is there an example of someone dying and coming back? I think there is. There has to be. I'm thinking of. I guess I'm thinking of was it Odin? Odin? The
Who?
The horseman, the headless horseman guy.
Odin is not actually a primal.
Wait,
The
what?
so-
He's not a primal.
The sword is.
The sword is a primal.
So as long as the
it's whoever
sword
wields the
lives,
sword.
Odin exists.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Who are we speaking to? I want to speak to Hori Boulder.
Yeah, your favorite.
The Dolmens have as much claim to Revenant's toll as you and me, and their family. Thank the gods I made it back in time to see them off. Yeah. FME.
Will Isildur be alright without Home? They're practically inseparable these days, and I don't think he has many other friends.
We have to catch up with everyone. Clements. Go on.
Hope Isildur can find someone to keep him company. With our missions, we can never linger very long.
It is for the best. It is. It is their past and their future, their home, and I could not be happier for them. This is drinking, buddy.
I know I need to give Isildur my undivided attention, but these waves of brotherly love make my mind drift to naughty places. Focus, Honor. Focus. Yeah, remember? The two of them? Being into the
Hold
brothers.
Yeah.
Huh?
Didn't we kill Shiva? Didn't we kill Ysael? And then she came back? That's like the whole point of the trial, the extreme trials and stuff?
We didn't kill her.
What do you mean?
Yeah, she wasn't dead after the trial.
She just ran away?
Yeah, we didn't finish her.
Okay.
I don't think she even ran away. I think it was just more like a challenge battle.
Okay. Balder. Rather. Though he is but half the size of my courageous brother, 'twould seem Alfinol's bravery looms twice as large. Even Hori might hesitate before embarking alone into the heart of the Empire. It's crazy. Call to that. 'Twould seem Master Alfinol has placed himself squarely in the path of danger. As a fellow scion, I shall render whatever aid I can to ensure his safe return. Okay. Speak to Aliane.
You needn't worry for my grandfather. If he should grow lonely and start to long for Home's company, he will purchase passage on the next ship bound for the Far East. I couldn't stop him if I tried.
Real. We gathered what scraps of intelligence we could. Myself from within Ozia and Alfinol from his Far Eastern sources, but there's limits to what a bloke can learn about the Empire from outside its borders. Still, I'd never think to invite myself aboard an Imperial bloody airship. 'Twas impulsive, reckless. You've got to admire the lad's style. Okay, here's Dada.
Yeah, who let Alfino without a bodyguard? Can we talk about this? Alfino will have need of all his wits if he is to survive his visit to Garlemald. We know precious little about the life in the Imperial capital.
The same. Oh, we're gonna learn to ponder.
Nice.
With thoughts of Alfinol's plight weighing heavy on her mind, Alisei might welcome some company. It's a very, very fitting to have the raised eyebrow to this whole quest line. Yep, that's the emote. Raised eyebrow. Okay.
It's been an awful eventful few days, hasn't it? But I suppose all we can do now is wait for word from Alfino. I don't recall the last time I had nothing pressing to be getting on with. Should probably make the most of it. Shall I put on some tea? It would be lovely. You may regale me with the tale of your adventures in the Far East, and of your encounter with this new Priama especially. I'll put the kettle on then. The table looks free if you'd like to take a seat.
What are we doing right now? What are we doing?
Drinking tea. We're having a tea party. Yeah, I have my tea right here. You know, right in this mug.
Okay. Let's go sit down. Let's go sit down.
Hmm.
Several
Delicious.
cutscenes playing sequence. Okay.
Oh,
Big
what?
cutscene.
It's one of these? Oh boy.
I'm pretty sure this is where the voice acting is, and I was proven correct. I'm pretty sure the reason why they didn't want Oriange here is because of this voice acting, this meeting they're about to have.
Okay.
They just didn't want to involve him.
Let's hope the tea is nicely voiced.
And like some ham. And I can't tell what's over there, but maybe like eggs of some kind. I don't know. Got some food though.
Yeah.
Nothing. I do not see any tea.
No, there's some tea, you know, over the side.
Oh, there's a
by the side.
teapot. Yeah, there's a
we got
teapot,
some
yeah.
metal mugs though. And
Yeah,
wine, I
yeah.
guess.
Mm.
Look, they could put some tea on the table. Come on. Come on. We have teacups. Okay, hold on 1 second. We were past Heavensward. We were at Aymric's place for dinner, and they had an entire dinner where we could even choose what to drink.
Yeah.
I would like to just point that out, and here we can have teacups.
Yes. Okay, Stella.
Okay. Interesting. So this Tsukuyomi was summoned in much the same manner as Susano, via the medium of a sacred relic. That's right. They believe their gods, or kami, reside in physical objects. Given the danger they represent, it may behoove us to begin a catalogue of such relics. But if we were to contain the threat, we require a better understanding of the summoning method itself. I believe I shall pay a visit to Doma and learn what I can on the subject. A fine idea. And I know for a fact that our friends in Doma would be grateful for any information which could help to prevent further summoning in the region. I will pen you a letter of introduction. Lord Hien will wish to welcome our resident expert in etherology.
Bearing in mind we haven't done Susano Extreme yet, so that's something that that is still on the horizon. Greetings. Could it be that I'm in time for tea?
It certainly looks that way. Come on, sit down and tell us how your investigations went.
Where's the ranger?
Ah, you know, I called him on the link bear. He didn't want to come. He doesn't really drink tea.
Didn't call me?
We're on your way. You will be here next month anyway.
After you left, I went about questioning Bloodhole's gravekeepers. They all told much the same story. Once Liz and her officers had confirmed Xenos is dead, his corpse was interred under strict supervision. They like checked Xenos's pulse, you know, they checked their clock, they wrote down the time of death. I see.
And they took off his bulletproof kimono.
Yeah, they left on the shoulder pads.
Yes.
It seems a little reason to doubt their testimony on that point. But when I mentioned the defacement of Xenos' grave, accounts grew rather more vague. None reported having seen any suspicious persons in the vicinity. and all assumed the act to have been perpetrated by a vengeful Armegan. Crucially, however, I was able to confirm that when the offending scroll was removed, as per Lys's instruction, no one involved thought to check the contents of the coffin, but at stage it is like the corpse was already missing. Assuming Xenos has not in fact risen from the dead, we are left with two possibilities. Either the body was disposed of to lend credence to the claims of an extremely committed impostor, or an Ascian has taken up residence within it. Are those really the only two options?
Those are the only two options. What do you mean?
Okay. Alright.
Clearly. If Asahi was as fervent a devotee as you believe, you would not have been fooled by an impersonation, however committed. We must assume that we are dealing with an Ascian, and proceed accordingly. I was just gonna say, when she pointed out that Asahi was a devotee, could he summon Xenos as a primal because he loves him?
He totally could.
He should have
totally
just summoned
could.
Xenos.
Yeah. Agreed. The question is, how many more such monsters are waiting for Afino and Garlemald?
Their presence was his chief reason for going. He understood the risks. I only hope he did not underestimate the extent of the infestation.
Are we gonna cut to Afino?
Oh, maybe?
Meanwhile, the Imperial Hypersonic Assault Craft
what?
LXX5. L25. It's on the Hypersonic Light Rail. Still no voice acting? Okay. Master Afino, we are making good speed towards our destination. Is all amiss? Afino's like half his size. What the hell?
Yeah, I was gonna say, he's so tiny.
Nay, 'tis just... I can see naught from my cabin, and I was curious to know the land over which we flew. Oh, we don't believe in windows. I'm afraid our military craft are built with little thought for such niceties. I'm happy to indulge your curiosity, however. We are presently passing over the burn on the western edge of Orthod. Even with the benefit of a porthole, your gaze would have been greeted with naught but mounds upon mounds of lifeless earth. I read something of the burn. It was described as a desolate wasteland, bled dry of every last drop of ether. Aye. It is believed that a succession of icon summonings was responsible. When Emperor Solus first came to Orthid and beheld this blight, he is said to have reeled at the scale of the devastation. It was not his intentation.
It was not his intentation.
He declared icons a threat to our very star's existence and issued an empire-wide decree ordering the eradication of such entities. Nani? Report. We're under attack, sir. Magitech armor. No visible designation. Oh, it's Xenos.
It's Xenos in his little helicopter, yes.
He's got his little chopper and he's like pew-pewing away the
And this
hole.
gigantic ship, by the way. Just want to point it out.
Oh, shot. Magitech? But who? All cannons, return fire. Damage report. We can't see the craft. We have no windows.
Yes, true.
The main reactor's been hit.
You're not saying that this tiny one-person jetpack just destroyed an assault craft?
No. You see.
Is
this
the great military of Garlemald? Is that what everybody has been losing to?
Look, Assault Craft LXX5 is a mighty craft, and there's much to be regaled upon, but it does have one design flaw.
Yes,
Okay,
the
there is
windows.
there's a shaft. There's a shaft that leads directly into
to the reactor.
core.
Yeah.
Yeah, into the reactor, and one small aircraft can actually make its way through
True.
that
True.
into the reactor and actually fire a shot off.
But it has to
Fun
be very
fact.
small because it has to like go through like this canal of like ventilation and
Yes.
stuff.
Yes, has to go through this ravine, if you will. And I believe they made a movie about this called The Empire Strikes Back. No, sorry, no, sorry, the other one, sorry, called Return of the Jedi, and A New Hope is. Wait, how many times did they destroy the Death Star?
Twice.
How many-
Twice that we know
Twice,
of.
right? Twice, yeah, they destroyed it twice. Yeah. It the person that actually made this vehicle, his name is George Lucas, and
Yeah. That's
They
why
just
it
happen
has
to
an
be
L
this.
on its name because it's L for Lucas.
yeah.
It's not a number.
Lucas
That the L
25.
is for Lucas.
Yeah. There you go. I mean, what are the odds? What are the odds that like a small specialized craft can make its way into the reactor? What are the odds? Who would have thought? Who would have thunk? And specifically to actually hit the reactor, you need to like slide in like a very thin metal, like a katana. It has to go through the
Yes,
has
to
go
open
through
the
the
shaft.
slots.
Yeah.
Yeah. You need. That's what you need. Yeah.
Yeah, and you cannot do it
What are
with
the
a
odds?
gun. You cannot do it with a gun
Nah.
because that would like actually cause like an explosion. It would be like too dangerous. But if you do it with
Yeah.
a katana, you can successfully
Yeah.
sabotage the engine specifically without
You
destroying
can.
the entire ship.
You can. Yeah. But someone has to have the knowledge of doing this. How would they know? Well, if we had a face-off situation. Anyway, main reactor's been hit. Helm responsible.
You know what?
We're going down, sir. We're going down.
That's what I was saying. I read that line before you read it
We're
aloud.
going,
I'm like,
going
yes,
down.
the jetpack just took down an assault craft, and like I'm literally like melting in my chair. Like this is
going
where we're
down.
going. Yes,
We have been outgunned and outmaneuvered.
outgunned by a jetpack.
With a katana. There's a katana on the jetpack. That's
True,
important.
true. There's a katana.
Yeah, see, here it is.
They've been outgunned by a katana.
It's like, damn it, they knew exactly where to hit us. All hands, brace for impact. Yeah, that the explanation here is that there are weak points and there are like, imperfections that only someone with the knowledge of the Empire would know and understand.
Yeah.
And apparently, these
Alfie,
big
don't die,
assault
okay?
vehicles, these big cruisers, are actually quite fragile if only you know where to strike. That's apparently true. Which would mean that like a Garlean defector actually would destroy the Imperial army if they just told Edosia where exactly to strike all these different
That
ships.
is so stupid.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I understand if this was like a regular transport, but it said specifically this is an assault craft. This is a weapon.
No, it's a hypersonic assault craft. It's
It's-
hypersonic as well,
it's
which
still
implies it's going at
assault craft.
hypersonic speeds.
Yes.
No, but it implies it's going at hypersonic speeds,
No,
which
you
means
don't
that the little
understand.
jetpack
Xenos
man, he
has
caught
a
up with
hypersonic jetpack.
it. Okay.
This is so.
That's just- That's lucky.
I'm almost getting more bothered by this than like all the plot points, all the like story problems.
Yeah.
What is happening? What is this? Maxima, if something happens to Alfino, you're directly responsible. I'm gonna get you back for it.
I think the other big thing, of course, is that there's no reason for Xenos to do this. As in, the idea of him convincing Garleans that he is him, that he is he. I think that if he can convince them, like they'd help him, like willingly. Like if they found out that like their commander is with them and is still
But-
alive, and
no,
there's
no,
an
no,
imposter,
no,
like
no,
they'd
no,
help.
no. The people on this ship are not Xenos' subordinates,
And it doesn't matter. They're still the Empire.
but they're against Xenos.
No, they're not.
Yes. We told them
No,
directly
no.
we told them that the sabotage was done by Xenos, so they are literally
No,
opposing
but
Xenos.
that's not Xenos. That's not Xenos.
But that's what we
the person
told
that
him.
sabotaged wasn't Xenos.
But that's what
no,
we told
but
them.
he doesn't know. He doesn't know. The real Xenos doesn't know that there's a fake Xenos out there that's been fucking stuff up.
True.
He doesn't know that. Yeah, that's what I mean. There's no reason for him. There's no reason for him to be attacking. There's a reason for him to go to them. And you have a scene where he's like trying to convince them, and then they're and the problem is that he would just try to convince them first.
No, yeah. On
That
the
he's
serious
Xenos.
though, like
and that there's an imposter, and then they'd be like, oh, that's
No, I
why
don't
he's been
think-
acting weird.
I don't think they would believe him that he's Xenos, but at the same time he has no reason to attack them, right?
That's what I mean.
Like regardless of whether like what his plan would be, like he doesn't know that Alphino is on this airship. Like nobody has told him. Because he, like, as far as we know, at least, he's on his own. So, like, nobody would have told him that Alphino is in Garlemald. There's no reason for him to attack this spacecraft.
There is no reason. That's what I'm saying. There's no reason for this. If he was already being attacked by the Empire and all that stuff, and there was like a fugitive like thing going on, like a, I almost said Running Man, but yeah, like if they were like trying to hunt him down and stuff, he was on the run. Like that's different. But like that's not happening. He's on his little jetpack and he just caught up with a hypersonic craft to intercept, to hunt
Also,
them down.
that's... I'm thinking... Like, you got, like, the whole jetpacking is stupid. I'm already mad about this.
Yeah.
Like, it's fucking ridiculous, and like nobody put like 2 seconds to think about how, if that makes sense. But my question is, how much does Xenos know? Because my
Yeah, he
impression
doesn't know anything.
was, yeah, my impression was that he doesn't know anything.
No, he doesn't know anything. Yeah.
And there would
woke
be
up.
no way for him not knowing unless he had another informer. And as far as we know, he's on his own.
Yeah.
Like, he literally cannot possibly know what is happening, so there's no reason
That's what
for
I mean,
him
that's what I'm
to
saying.
target this spacecraft.
Yeah. There's no reason.
Like, regardless, even if he knows, like, how did he find it?
Intuition.
He was in a different part of the world.
He intercepted a Link Pro conversation. And that's why you don't have these conversations over Link Pro. There you go. Alright. They knew exactly where to hit us. All hands, brace for impact. The ship is good. No shot, the ship
Yeah,
is
the
going
ship is going
down. Just everything's blowing up.
Yeah,
We're like,
everything
oh,
is
fuck.
going up.
God. Hey, we need more of these jetpacks. We need like an army
Yeah,
of them.
they should really just like, remember, he picked up the jetpack from like a pile of like junk. You know, yours
Yeah.
should really just use these jetpacks.
Yeah. Glad to be back. Glad to have you back, Mass Abino. We've landed in one piece, more or less. But the air filtration system is damaged, and the ship is filling with smoke. We must gather the survivors and get out of here while we can.
Pick him up.
Aye. Aye. Aye, aye, aye.
Aye, aye, indeed.
Duty calls. Oh. Okay. Wait, do we have to do all that again? Because we couldn't...
Yeah, they should have. Yeah, you have to unable to commence.
Yeah.
That should be part of that multiple scenes in the sequence
Yeah.
thing. What the heck?
Do we have to do all that again? Alright, let's go.
Yes, you do.
No shot.
I mean, you can skip the cutscene, but like that's like
Yeah.
you should have just said that you cannot access this as a party. That's silly.
Meanwhile, hypersonic air assault craft.
Hey, duty calls, whatever that means. Like, which duty? Where even are we? Oh, we're out.
Oh, wait, Alphino. Oh.
Okay. Oh, here's a white carbon.
No shot. Xenos is gonna walk up and fight all of us. for no reason.
Okay, hold on. We're a healer now. Damage restores HP. This unexpected damage. Okay. Okay.
So wasn't that carbuncle obsidian? Why is it moonstone now?
It was before. But maybe he got a new one. Okay, I got one guy. Let's look for more.
The prince? What? Oh, do you think it wasn't Xenos? Do you think it was the other Xenos?
I guess? Carbuncle save me. I don't know how to fight.
That would make more sense though if it was the other Xenos. But it also wouldn't make sense.
Nothing makes sense here, I'm afraid. So why am I a caster? I picked the bard to not be a caster.
Is there a way for me to...
How do I command the carbuncle? Carbuncle, can you please help me?
Is there a way for me to like regenerate MP? Or what's...
I may not make it. This is difficult. Maxima help. Okay. Now what?
This isn't the Imperial conflict that I was hoping for, but sure. Tell me when you're at the dialogue box. So, from my understanding, what's happening here is that, if you remember, the fake Xenos obviously has an agenda and doesn't want this to be a thing, so he's hunting us down, I guess. What did make sense was why he would know where to hit us, but I guess he's, you know, he's got his subordinates, he's got his troops, and they do. Anyway, tell me when you're
Okay.
ready. Okay. Confound it! Not here. Not like this.
What the fuck are you?
Suddenly nomads. Oh, remember we were in the burn. Remember?
Ah, true, true.
Who in the Emperor's name? Enemies of our enemies. Introductions can wait. You are calm in a crisis, Master Avino. Let us finish this then. Suddenly new characters.
I would say
okay.
it must be crazy to see a carbuncle user in a land with devoid of ether.
Yeah, yeah.
Are we fighting? Nobody told me that the MSQ will be difficult. it. I hate spellcasters. I cannot move. Oh, he's using the same ability that Gaius did, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, he also has the same weapon, actually. Gaius also had the gunblade. Like the thin gunblade. See, Gaius' brother.
Yes. No, his son.
Tell me when you're ready. Just catching with the chat. Did the game already show who fake Xenos is at this point? We don't know who it is. We know that there is like an imposter Xenos or someone inside his dead body. We don't know who exactly.
Oh, sorry, I'm caught up.
Okay. My thanks. Your intervention proved most timely.
He's so tiny.
Well, well. I did not think to meet an Erosian in this place, let alone a Scion.
Okay, question. Before we move on.
Yeah.
Where are Sharlayans from? Because Alfino is a Sharlayan. He's not in Eorzean. I'm pretty sure Sharlayans are not from Eorzea.
I don't know if there's like distinction between that.
Like I don't
Are they
know.
not
I'm
Erosian?
genuinely
Because
asking.
wasn't the Sharlayan wasn't the Sharlayan like a cat like the Sharlayan place was next to Ishgard, right? That's in Eorzea.
I think you're thinking of Idilshire. I think.
Yeah, I'm thinking of Idilshire, yeah. The Sharlayans were there, weren't they? Before they abandoned it?
But I think it was just one of the cities. Like that's not
Yeah,
like
but that was
that's not where Alfino was raised, you know?
Sure, but that's still like in the region of Eorzea, right?
I guess. Like I don't know where geographically Sharlayan is. But anyway, my point
know
is
me,
being
sir?
that a person
Yeah,
wouldn't
yeah.
make that distinction because he's clearly a
Yeah, I
Sharlayan.
agree. Like there's no reason for him to think that Alfino is Erosian. Especially because he looks very unique, right? He doesn't look
Yeah.
like an Erosian.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. But maybe he just knows who Alfino is specifically, because he called him a Scion. Maybe he just knows him specifically, right?
Yeah, maybe.
I have some small history with your order. You killed my dad.
True. I mean, I don't
But
think we've
I
seen
would-
Gaius's face, so it could be that.
Sure, yeah. You can get away with it because we have not seen his face. True. But I will speak of the presence. Know you of your assailants, and the severity of your predicament. The soldiers bore the insignia of the emperor's personal guard, and I could venture a guess as to their motive. But you yet have us at a disadvantage, sir. Will you not tell us who you are? He has to be related to Gaius, right? No shot. Is that? Is he? Ironically? Is that why they're playing around with it? Our names are not yours for the asking. And as for our purpose, let this be your answer. An Ashen Mask.
The Ashen Hunters.
The face of our prey. Ah. There you go, Ashen Hunters. We must away before more arrive. Come with us or stay, but make your choice now. Even should we manage the long trek out of the burn and secret passages of the capital, we will no doubt be greeted by the Emperor's guard. Indeed, we must accept your gracious offer. You?
The Ashen Hunter.
Shadow Hunter will be will suffice
Shadow
for the
Hunter, the
present.
69XX.
So if you remember, we spoke about how it felt like the previous patch was poorly written and was wrapped up really quickly in preparation for the next one and kind of where they wanted to take the direction of the story. I would imagine
Just
Shadow
kinda
Hunter,
confused,
Shadow Bringers, like
Yeah,
it's
it
probably
does.
leading into that. I would
Yeah,
imagine
It does seem that way.
it's very on the nose. Come.
420XX Shadow Hunter. Yes.
Yeah. True.
Don't forget the random capitalization in the middle.
True. 69. Come. Yo, he's the predator. He's got the skulls of the Ashians.
Oh no, Alpino is joining a call. That's exactly what it looks like. Tell me when you're ready.
So it's like, did you guys just see that cutscene?
Yeah, that's exactly what was like. This is intolerable. But as much as I wish that it were otherwise, there is nothing we can do for Alphino now but pray for his success.
Well, that's not entirely true. Could always just call him on the link pearl. I mean,
No, because link pearls are magical and there is no reach there for the magical link pearls in the burn. There's no reception there.
there's no reception. There's no 5G towers in the burn.
No. And their ship actually had their own antenna, but the ship blew up, so they don't have the antenna.
The ship blew up, so now there's no. There's a tower. There you go. Can't call him.
I can't call it.
While your brother journeys to Garlemald from the east, I could make my way there from Alamigo and find out what there is to be learned in the Empire's western provinces.
Okay. Then I'm coming with you. I can't very well sit here sipping tea if there's action to be taken.
Forgive me, Alice, but the provinces are hostile territory, and stealth is all important. It is safer that I go alone.
But we let Alfino go, just want to point it out. That we don't let Alice go, but we let Alfino go without any
Alice
whatsoever.
clearly she can't take care of herself, even though she's more of a fighter than Alfino.
Even though she has a sword and she's a fight.
Yeah.
No, remember last time she tried to fight, she ended up in the hospital.
True, she was in the hospital for like 6 patches. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, Alice. You just can't go on your own. Yeah.
Yes.
Just cause. Lovely.
I can sneak well enough when the situation demands it. Don't patronize me.
Why is it not an option here that's like let her go?
I mean,
remember how this was meant to be the LSA expansion?
I don't know.
That?
Okay, hold on. But I just want to point out when there was the cinematic with Maxima and Alfino was like, okay, I'm going. Our responses were, okay, go or okay, go. But when Alice is like, oh, I want to go on this mission to like potentially help Alfino, our responses are, you shouldn't go. And once again, we have no other response.
Yeah.
Like, why are we supposed to agree to one but not the other? And we are given a choice that's not a choice.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, even if it doesn't change, even if it doesn't change the actual story and like the events still happen, if you are giving us a choice, then make that choice like change something in the dialogue. Like, make us like, for example, I don't know, able to voice a concern or something. But no, our choices are the same but said differently.
Yeah, I mean that's just one of the issues that Final Fantasy has. Like very often that there's
But
there's
I
no
feel like
like ultimate like dialogue choice.
But I feel like they've been more apparent in these past few events because they just
It
seem
has,
like
yeah,
nonsensically same. Like particularly the one about Alfino, where like literally the responses were like cheer him on or cheer him on. There was no
Yeah.
difference. I guess I'll go with him because I'm not leaving this to Thancred. Right?
Yeah, sure.
And how exactly would that be any better? Because he would let me go.
I must refuse your company as well, my friend. Formidable though you are, the success of my mission depends on moving unnoticed. Unless you forget, you have grown rather famous. Just you understand. What I was going to say here is that what I was going to say here is that this is it's something that of course they've been doing a lot of here, but it's a way to remove Thancred from the story again. Like, but they just keep doing it. It feels weird. Like I feel like, especially during the post patch, this should be the time to use these characters that were otherwise absent from the MSQ, right? For the MSQ, Thancred was not a part of anything, which is fine. But like now that we're here, like I feel like this is the time where we can start using these characters. And when I say using them, obviously they're quote unquote using him, but to actually have him be a part of what's happening on screen and to be with the character and to travel together and journey together, and to have that just because they've been absent for the entire expansion basically.
Yeah, don't you think?
For the entire 2 expansions actually.
Don't you think Thancred could be potentially helpful in analyzing the situation, considering that he himself was under an influence of an Ascian?
Nah, don't worry about it.
And he has like first-hand knowledge. But instead we send him on a mission that he will come back from I don't know when, because he cannot travel to Aetheryte, so he will probably be back like next year.
Nah, they gloss over that. It's fine. He'll be back. Just to understand.
Fine. Just promise you'll be careful.
I think Thancred still feels guilty about being possessed and thinks he's a liability. I mean, if that would, I mean, yes, that is true, but that has to be addressed at some point. And obviously, we're pushing it back, and there's a very high chance of pushing that back into a Shadowbringers, I would imagine. But that doesn't mean that you can't write it so that the character is able to interact and be a part of the story in some way. Especially because the big thing here that we've been harping on is the fact that he apparently can't use magic anymore, and we have just not addressed that at all. You could argue that there are other things that are more like pressing matters going on at the moment, but even like right now, I feel like there's that bit of a lull in the story where we're a little bit directionless. Like I don't think that's an excuse for not having the character involved in the current story that's being told. Especially because, I mean, we already went over it, but there were definitely moments in the MSQ for Stormblood where it would have been beneficial to have used Thancred and would have been interesting to have him interact with certain characters. I think a big one that we spoke about was Yugiri, because Yugiri is also similar. Like, she's not a rogue, but she's a shinobi, right?
Yeah,
she's
I mean, they have interacted before.
Yeah, and we can have, like, it would have been interesting to have seen a little bit more of that when it came to exploring Doma and that part of the story as well, just because they have that thing in common, and that's another way that you can, again, like, try to use the character and incorporate them into the story. Obviously, they had other plans, I guess, but, I mean, even as I say that, they underutilized Yugiri as well. Like, Yugiri was very underutilized in the Doma part of the story. They also got rid of her, and then they sidelined Yugiri, which was another big mistake, I feel. Like,
weird.
Yeah. It was weird to sideline Yugiri, like, for the Doma part of the story. Like, what?
Yeah, because it was supposed to be her story, like, literally.
Yeah. Ugh. Anyway, Stella.
Alice and her brother bicker as all siblings do, but she worries for him nonetheless. It would be a kindness if you were to visit from time to time and distract her from her cares. I mean, so the thing is... No, it's fine. It's fine. It's okay.
It's fine. It's fine.
No, because,
we've already.
Because Ishtola, no, specific for this, because Ishtola tells us this as if we don't know. When we literally the one like accompanying the twins everywhere, and we literally saw her searching for her brother when she thought he's dead. Like we had that, and I remember that was a dramatic scene, and I thought it was a really good scene in that sense. But that was like the only time we saw Alice being frantic, and that was adorable in a very dramatic way. But like it feels weird for Ishtola to tell us that when we've seen it with our own eyes.
Well, I'd best put on my skulking boots, and there will be no room for mistakes once I've crossed the border from El Amigo. I'll say.
It seems that praying is to be the extent of my contribution after all, but I will stay behind, as I have been bid.
The whole story of Stormblood is just a lot of characters who's not being the attention they need. Yeah, we came to that conclusion as well.
We literally joked that like most of the characters spend the entire expansion in the hospital. Yeah,
it was. Yeah, we arrived to the same conclusion, unfortunately. But the one upside is we're almost done with Stormblood, but it has been a disappointment. I say disappointment. It's been a shame how they've
it's been a shame
underutilized some characters.
Because it's hard to say disappointment when we already knew that like Stormblood wasn't supposed to be very good, but they impressed us with how far it can go.
Yeah.
But again, like it was like they had some nice ideas in parts, but they just didn't execute them well. Like as we said about this whole post-patch, for example, that like there were a lot of like intriguing like threads that just were not continued, were not developed.
Yeah. We all have our talents. Mine just happen to involve a silver tongue and soft souls. I promise to send word the moment I learn aught of the consequence.
Hold on. Firstly, how are you gonna send word? Do you use a link pearl by any chance? Secondly, wouldn't Thancred also be pretty known at this point? Because his argument was like, oh, you cannot go because you're too well known. But like, wouldn't Thancred also be pretty well known?
I think
he's a Shylan and a Scion, and like he took part in like every operation.
Yes, but you could argue that maybe people think he's dead because he's been gone for so long. Like specifically in reference to post Realm Reborn, because everyone split up and went into hiding and everyone disappeared. And I think you can sell the story to people, and because he's been so disconnected from everything, all the events that have been happening since Realm Reborn.
Secretive, you know, like he's the kind of guy who like hits on every girl like he means at the bar.
He is not. Yeah, he's not a good. Like stealthy.
Like I get that that's kind of what they're getting at, that like he's gonna like get into good graces of people to get information, but I just feel like it would be too easy to find him if he did that.
Maybe I think something that they could have done here is maybe just played up the fact that most people that would have maybe known him would think that he's dead and have gone. Remember, he was like naked, like in Ishgard for a while, like in Giovanni, like as in like not just him, but like Papalimo and the others. Like that's why they were also in hiding, right? They were also like undercover and stuff. Like you can sell that idea.
See, that's the thing.
You could argue that they should. Yeah, but like again, just because everyone thought they were dead, right? Like so you can. I agree that they should just hammer that home a little bit more. That because Thancred wasn't a part of Heaven's Ward and it wasn't a part of Stormblood, like the idea of him going by unnoticed, it makes more sense. Like you can. They're not selling the story here, but you can make the argument for it. Like you can.
See that you notify me too. I mean to depart for Doma as soon as I find a suitable East Aldernal vessel to bear me thither, but I shall return if I am needed. Why not just any other ship? Like, take a boat. Take a rowboat. It's better than East Aldernal.
Yeah, take a canoe from the Confederacy.
Be sure to drop in whenever you're next in the area, Mielikka. With any luck, I'll have a painfully detailed report from Alfino to share.
Oh, we learned how to ponder.
Yes, we shall ponder the writing. You have learned to ponder. I have to see what it looks like.
Oh no! Read the read the description of the quest.
What is it? Uh-huh.
Alice is impatiently fussing with her link pearl.
Yeah.
Oh no. Alright, hold on.
Yeah.
Un momento.
They had Mango, Hien, Yotsuyu, Fordola, and all needed some character X. That's true. That's true.
There was not enough space for everyone. I would push back against that just because you could argue that there wasn't enough space for everyone, but at the same time, even some of the characters that they did focus on, I would say that they handled poorly.
Yes.
So on the one hand, that's true. On the other hand, I mean, you can spend
Yeah,
a whole
the thing they did
whole
to
episode
spend
talking about
time on
lists
weren't that
and-
good. That's the
Yeah,
thing.
yeah. That's the other issue. But one moment. I'm gonna go give the bucket to the bunnies. Hold on,
Okay.
baby.
As for those who don't know, it does have 2 bunnies. And they do like to eat hay from a bucket, or rather a bowl. For some reason. We don't know how it happened, but they just really like that specific bowl. They like to eat hype. Yeah. They do like to eat. They actually do eat a lot. Which is good. Chichi, in fact, is a little vacuum. Like, I saw her eat. Like, if you put food in front of her, she just, like, breathes in and the food is gone. She does not take breaks. No, I'll be right back too.
I just
I'm
gotta
going
just
to
go
be right
back.
back. God damn it.
Okay. But yeah, I don't know if you're interested in hearing, because we're not gonna delve into rants about unfortunately about the story of Stormblood and decisions that were made and the direction of the characters and the tale that was being told. But if you're interested, we do have all of our VODs saved on YouTube, whether it's my perspective or Kuro's perspective. Our VODs are there if you're interested in that sort of thing. It's quite a long series. As you can see, this is episode 176. We've been slowly progressing through the MSQ. But yeah, I mean, we've overall enjoyed Final Fantasy, especially A Realm Reborn and Heaven's Ward. As I would imagine you're a bit of a veteran of Final Fantasy yourself. I think our conclusion, I know that it's very common for people that are trying to get people into Final Fantasy that say like A Realm Reborn is like a bit of like a slog, and once you get through it, you get into like the good stuff. At least our opinion, and we came to this conclusion independently, is that A Realm Reborn was better than Stormblood. Like Stormblood has been the low point of Final Fantasy so far, unfortunately. But we also know that like Shadowbringer is meant to be really good, like Endwalker is meant to be really good, and we know there's like a light at the end of the tunnel. If you want to hear more of our specific critiques of the story and of the characters and the events of Stormblood, then the VODs are available on YouTube if you want to go through and sift through them to specific moments. But yeah, we're getting there. We're almost done. We're almost done with Stormblood. Almost done. Get us out of here. But unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time to play Final Fantasy. I think we started playing and started streaming Final Fantasy back in 2020, or 2021. But we only ever progress the story on stream, and we only ever stream like maybe once a week, or sometimes once a month, or sometimes once every couple of months. So it's been slow going. Again, we've been playing Final Fantasy for like almost 6 years, and we're still in Stormblood. But we're getting there eventually. Eventually, we'll catch up. Copium. It doesn't help that we go through all the quests, and we're taking our time with it. We're treating it more like like an RPG. Like, we're not really too concerned. I mean, obviously, if we've been playing for this long, and we're still in Stormblood, we're not really too concerned with like end game raiding content or anything like that. That's not what we're here for. We're here for the story. Here for the story. And we'll get through it. Stormblood patch 4.5 story is good. Oh, well, I look forward to it. I hope so. Cause Jesus, like everything with Yotsuyo was rough. All the 4. I think that was 4.3, 4.2, 4.3 story has it started strong. Again, if you want to check out our thoughts, like, we actually enjoyed the beginning of it. I say enjoyed the beginning of it. We enjoyed the introduction of, we call them Zuko and Azula, the brother character, and the beginning of it. But I think you heard, I think when you first showed up, we mentioned it. It did feel like there were decisions made behind the scenes to move on from that story, and maybe like a decision made as to the direction of like the next patch and the next expansion, and they kind of had to like shift gears a little bit abruptly and kind of like wrap everything up and move on, and kill off the characters, and move on with Gosetsu, and like very quickly and very hastily and very messily kind of like wrap certain things up to kind of get to where they want to go. Our issue is that it was done in a very messy way, and it could have been done in a much more satisfying and cleaner and just I think just satisfying is probably the best word for it, just a much more satisfying manner in regards to how the characters were treated and how everything was handled. But there have been a lot of moments like that in Stormblood where it feels like internal like conflicts like amongst the writing team, which is really weird. I think an example of that is Yotsuyu, right? Azula, her death, but then deciding to bring her back. Like, to me, that felt like the whoever was in charge of writing that part of the story, the patch, didn't agree with the death of it, with the character being killed off to begin with, and wanted to actually use that character. But like the manner in which they wrote that she had survived was very contrived, and it felt very unnatural because it was unnatural, because they wanted to use that character, and they didn't agree with the decision of killing her off initially. The same with Xenos as well, right? The bringing him back. It feels like there wasn't a plan coming into the expansion and coming into how the patches would unfold after the expansion as well. It feels very messy in that respect. Unfortunately. Which is why there was that awkward line where they were like, oh, like her kimono is like bulletproof and it was really strong, and like that's why even though you like stabbed her and stuff, like she survived like the events of like the main expansion. So like there were these like these inserted lines that like over explain certain things that try to explain as to why this character was here and why the story was progressing in this direction. And yeah, it just feels very poorly handled and very poorly done. But from my understanding, like everything gets tightened up and gets cleaned up moving forward. We'll get there.
Okay, I am back. I guess. To
me, Yotsuyu and Gosetsu with a high photo Stormblood, that's fine. I think for me, that's one of the lower parts. It's so good. Welcome back, Gopa. Welcome back. I was just briefly summarizing some of our experiences with Stormblood, but we're about to get back into it. Can't really respond without spoiling anything, but it's true they get much more into one direction in Shadowbringers. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. it just feels very like it just feels like there's a lot of lacking of direction when it comes to the writing team and when it comes to the story being told specifically in Stormblood. I can't really speak too much as to their internal struggles at Square, but like that's what it feels like. Like maybe too many cooks in the kitchen, or maybe not enough, or yeah, it's hard to say exactly what the issue was internally at the time. But welcome back, Gopa. Welcome back. Okay. I remember in some sort of video seeing Serkin or someone from the audio team mentioning that the cooperation within the team is now better than it was in the past. So it's possible that there were internal messes in the past, but I don't know. Yeah. That's what it feels like for Stormblood. But yeah. Waiting on Gopa to finish eating.
Look, I can't take meds on empty stomach, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're alive. Time is it?
Experience of playing was so bad, I hate it more than Stormblood's problems. I guess I can maybe understand that. I don't know. I think the only issue that I think the biggest issue that we had with Realm Reborn was the retconning at the end. Like I still can't get over that. Like what like the poisoning and killing of the Sultana, but then pulling back on it, like it was, yeah. Definitely, that section of the story has more issues. For me, less so than Stormblood, but to each their own. To each their own.
Like, I don't think I remember us like having as much problems with Realm Reborn, just in general.
Mm. Yeah.
No killing Glass. I mean, that's the thing. Like, if you don't want to kill her, then just don't kill her. That was the entire problem. It was not whether or not they did it. It was whether or not they stuck with that decision.
I also really like to plan hints for future story developments. I mean, that's very apparent even now, like when it comes to what happened with the Crystal Tower, when it comes to Gosetsu. I don't think that necessarily makes Stormblood better, though, just because they decide to follow up on some story points later after the fact. Like, in the moments, like, I still... Yeah, it doesn't make it any better, I feel. It's nice that they continue certain stories and certain characters after the fact. That's cool.
Yeah, but I mean, we said it before that, like, for Stormblood proper, like, some of the biggest issues for us was that, like, it was supposed to, for example, build the character of Liz, and they failed to do that for us. So, like, it's less about, like, the planting stories, but it's just that, like, the story of Stormblood itself didn't work for us.
Yeah. I think that's what we said earlier, right? Like, how it feels like Stormblood is a bit of, like, a foundation expansion, and
to build the region
it
and the
hurts.
Characters.
Yeah, exactly, and it's going to hurt future stories if the foundation is as weak as it is. Referring to like Liz, right? Referring to what happened to Alamigo, referring to what happened with Rauban, and all of that.
Yeah, even though we really like Rauban, but yeah.
Yeah. For sure.
Okay, we ready for a call?
Yes.
It's gonna be a very pricey call because they're pretty far.
Yeah, it's an international call. True.
And I don't know how Galema does, their policy on link pairs.
Yeah. It's gonna be very expensive. Alcé's impatiently fussing with her link pearl.
Oh, Mielikka. If you come here hoping for news, I'm afraid there isn't any. Everything is exactly as it was. Ishtola is still investigating primals in the Far East, Thancred is still gathering intelligence in the primal provinces, and Alfino is still out there, somewhere.
You know what this line of quest tells me? This is like, hey, this is a new patch. This is like 3 months later.
It does feel that way. That like clearly
It's
time has
beginning of-
passed.
I guess it's 4.4, right? I guess 4.4. Okay.
There's been no word since his first schedule report, nor does he respond to calls. And all the while, I'm just meant to sit around here waiting. It's driving me mad.
Begging your pardons, I bear a message from the Eorzean Alliance.
Thank the gods for that. We have a visitor. Welcome to the Rising Stones. If you have a message, I should be most eager to hear it.
My lady, the Alliance leadership will soon convene to discuss the matter of Ascian interference, and they humbly request the presence of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Where are they?
That's
Yeah.
us.
Having assessed intelligence provided by the Alamigan resistance concerning the whereabouts of Xenos' remains, they too suspect Ascian involvement, and wish to deliberate a suitable course of action. As the foremost authorities on our foe, your Order's counsel will be most welcome.
Of course. We should be glad to assist in whatever way we can. If almost everyone else afield, I'd say this one falls to us. By which I mean, I'm not going on my own. You'll come with me, I trust. Yeah, sure. See, this is where they give us a choice. This is where they give us a choice. But not
I mean,
in
it's
all
still
the
a false
important
choice,
ones.
but
It is.
yeah, it's a very different response for sure.
But why do we have to say? Why do we get to say if we want to go or not? But we can't like raise concern about people like going on missions that are dangerous to
Yeah.
their life.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, I'll go. I actually like Alice, kind of. There you have it. We accept the invitation.
Thank you. The time and date of the meeting will be shared in due course, but I can confirm that the council will take place in Alamigo. By your leave. Are we going to sit on the floor again? Are we
Yes, yes, we will sit on the floor.
Time to sit on the floor.
I will
Let's
bring my own
go.
pillow.
Look, apparently it's been a couple of months, right? There's been a time skip. So do you think by now
No.
Liz has gotten some chairs
No,
on the table?
I could
No?
finish that before you finish the sentence. No,
Okay.
she did not. I somehow doubt we'll have anything useful to offer, but standing mutely? Oh, mutely, okay. But standing mutely at a meeting would still be better than the nothing I've been doing of late. Let's make ready to depart, shall we?
Thancred? What's going on, man?
Oh, he uses an ink pearl.
Is this where we're like, why he hasn't been answering our calls? Like what the hell?
This is exactly like I called him so many times and he didn't pick up a single one.
All right, just be careful on the road back. You hear?
Did I hear that right, Ryo? Is Thancred coming back?
It's like, yeah, we talk every day.
Yeah, have you received a call from him today?
Aye, that he is. Says he's acquired some important intelligence.
Why would you even call to say that?
Being in Garlean territory, though, he couldn't risk sharing the particulars in case the Imperials were listening in. So he said he'll head back as quick as he could, and to make sure someone was waiting for him in the Alamigan quarter.
Understood. Mielikka and I will go. We're bound for Alamigo anyway, and there's sure to be time before the council begins. Come on, let's be off.
I think the biggest issue here, when it comes to link pearls, is that they've never had an example of a conversation being intercepted and listened in on, and us having, and there being consequences for that, right? And us being punished for that. I think it would have been really nice at this point of the story, because they keep referencing it, if that had happened at one point, and then it's like, okay, like this is why, like, we're very inconsistent with like where we use link pearls, because like there was this one instance where at least our characters, like, this happened, and there was like those consequences of that, right? Like, I don't believe that's ever actually happened.
Well, even if I feel like if you have an information so important that you cannot share it on a link pair for the risk of it being intercepted, should you be saying that you have it? Because I would think that, like, if somebody does intercept that, then they will try to hunt you down.
Yeah. You wouldn't, well,
like, you put a target on your back.
The thing that's weird is that he told them where to go.
Yeah, he told
That's
them where
what's
to
weird.
go,
Like,
and that he's
like,
coming, and
yeah,
he's the information.
He's like, I can't tell you anything because people might be listening, but I'm gonna tell you where to meet me, when, and how, and I'm gonna go there like in like 15 minutes, and
yeah, and you better be unarmed.
Yeah.
What?
Like,
how much are you willing to bet that someone is gonna show up at the meeting and we'll have to fight them? So we're not in party.
It's in the aluminium quarter, so
nice.
Which is,
I mean, still someone can show up.
To me.
Oh, where is it gonna take me? I can't wait. Right, not the...
I think it's okay just to repeat routine precautions even if nothing goes on. Well, the issue that we have is it's very inconsistent, because there are times where they don't care and they just use it anyway, and they just say things over the phone anyway, and there are other times where they don't.
Like Alice telling Urianger over link pair that they're missing the body and everything.
Yeah.
Like that. Then it wasn't an issue.
Yeah, like it happened in this very stream where apparently LSA told Urianger everything through the link pearl, and it's like, well, I thought we couldn't do that. So that's what I mean, where it's very, unfortunately, inconsistent.
Okay, where are we going?
Okay.
I see. There's
Yeah,
no doubting your talent for espionage, but the journey is long and the border is heavily guarded. You did well to make it back in one piece.
You two are sorry for sore eyes. Now all I need is water for my parched throat. Fetch me a cup, will you? Trace me through Imperial territory is thirsty work. Okay.
Why is he so playful?
He was in the burns.
God,
Finally
I
got some
needed
voice
that.
acting.
I won't bother telling you to catch your breath. Whatever brought you galloping back to us, I assume it's urgent.
Quite. Without further ado, then. After the successful uprisings in Doma and Alamigo, rebels in several other provinces were inspired to follow suit. Unfortunately, they did not fare quite so well. The Dalmascans paid the heaviest price. For their defiance, the Emperor made a show of razing their capital to the ground, prompting many of their neighbors to abandon thoughts of resistance. But not all have given up on liberty. Heartened by the news of Doma's prisoner exchange, some still believe that the Empire may one day be amenable to negotiation. We have the shinobi to thank for spreading the good word. They have worked tirelessly to keep the subjugated informed, and a little knowledge can go a long way.
There is at least a spark of hope, then.
A spark in want of kindling, yes. The Alliance has already begun supplying materiel to resistance movements abroad, many of whom would otherwise struggle to continue the fight. The support effort has been led by the Sultana and the Elder Seedseer, who have both seen enough Alamegan refugees to know the consequences of oppression. And for their troubles, they have quickly earned a reputation as folk heroes in certain corners of the Empire. That is all for the provinces. As for the Garlean motherland itself, our friends the Populares have suffered something of a setback, I regret to say. Talk is rife that Domar has summoned a primal, and the Empire's more liberal voices are being drowned out in the fearful clamor for retribution.
And who do they think orchestrated this summoning?
Oh, any but those truly responsible. Xenos has seen to that. Speaking of whom, the Crown Prince is recovering remarkably well. Well enough, in fact, to enable him to personally tour the provinces, putting the fear of the Emperor into the hearts of any would-be dissidents.
He walks in plain sight, and none suspect him. Then it's as we feared.
Yes. An Ascian wears his skin. But it was not that which brought me here in such haste. During my time in the provinces, I learned many things. Yet at no point did I hear any report of a Doman emissary in the capital.
But Alphonse should have arrived by now. Could they be holding him there in secret?
The possibility did cross my mind, but I have reason to believe he never reached his destination. As you know, Scions assigned to covert operations, such as Riol and myself, are issued special link pearls for communication in the event of an emergency. I mention this because it was originally Alphino's task to coordinate the response at headquarters, meaning he has one. And whose voice should I hear when mine recently crackled to life?
You spoke with Alphino?
Spoke with, no. I but heard his voice, and none too clearly at that. 2 words were all I could make out. The burn.
The wasteland on the edge of Otherd. Something must have happened to them there. There's no time to waste. We must make for the burn at once.
I had a feeling you might say that.
And? I can't very well sit around here drinking tea if Alphino's in trouble. You said yourself that this link pill was only to be used in emergencies. So I'm going, and that's the end of it.
Oh, far be it from me to change your minds.
Hello, Coppa.
Oh.
What's happening here?
I'm ready to fight Thancred and whoever else stands in my way. I will save Alfino if it's just me.
Uh,
No, unironically, as much as I normally like don't cheer for moments like that, when Alice was like, "That's it, I'm going," I'm like, "You go."
yeah.
I unironically actually cheered for that moment. That like she decided to stop listening to what everybody is saying and just go and do it.
Yeah, I agree. So, something interesting was said here, and I'm curious what your thoughts are. Okay, so if you remember, there was one thing that I thought would be really interesting about the idea of an Ashian taking over Xenos' body, and the idea of there being some inner conflict between the Empire and Xenos, specifically like a more familial conflict where where they would notice that he was acting strange and he was acting not like himself, and that they would look to intervene, right? And there'd be like a confrontation there between like Xenos' actual family and the fake Xenos, right? But then something was said here from Thancred, where he said that like, you know, the Xenos, he was like leading the charge of like of hindering and shutting down all of these like rebellions that were
Not
bringing
even
up.
that, he was touring the provinces.
Yeah, he was touring the provinces, and he was like shutting down any kind of like uprising, right? Obviously they name dropped Dalmasca and what was happening in the side quest.
Yeah, that's pretty funny that they would specifically name drop the Dalmasca.
Yeah. Feels ran, man. But the other thing that sparked when he said that was, what if something that maybe would be more interesting? It's hard to say, but it kind of goes along the lines of what you said, where what if they didn't? What if they knew? What if they found out? And what if they didn't care? Like, what if they found what he was doing to like be useful enough to like allow it anyway? Where like they recognize that like Xenos is not actually Xenos, but hey, he's like going around and he's like, you know, like ruling with an iron fist. And he's actually doing his job instead of like lounging around and like delegating to like viceroys and all this other stuff.
It was specifically set up that Xenos hated everything about his position, like consider like the work, you know, like he hated governing and everything. All he wanted to do was just fight people. Yeah,
exactly. So the idea of like his own father being like, you know what, you're not my son, like you're not actually Xenos, but you're doing a better job at just like doing your job. I'm gonna allow it. I'm gonna, I like you.
I wouldn't put it past him. It's like, you know what, you can be my son. I can adopt you.
Yeah, like that's another interesting angle that you can kind of approach like this kind of situation, this scenario. I kind of like the idea of maybe exploring that.
It would be funny if that was actually the case.
Yeah, because then that leads into the moment where real Xenos, who's in like the other body, shows up and he's like, hey, like this guy, he's not me. Like this, like help me, like I'm your son. And then the father's like, he's a better son than you've ever been. Okay?
No. The father like slowly turns to the real Xenos, like, I know.
Yeah, I know.
End of the conversation.
I know. He's just a better ruler than you. Like he's just he does what he's told.
Yeah.
Do you think they would go as far as if they have that moment where we were theorizing whether or not they would actually kill off Xenos and wrap up his storyline in this post patch, or if they would use him later in Shadowbringers? Do you think they would go as far as to make Xenos be disillusioned with the Empire and have him be cast aside so much so that he would just actually become his own entity? And I think it's too far gone to have him like join like Edosia in any capacity. But do you think they would go that far to have him do his own thing?
But after the whole Tsuyu story, I don't know if I'm so sure anymore.
I know, but at the same, I mean, she had brain damage though. Like it's
but they left her without guards or anything. They fully trusted what is happening. Like, because that wasn't the problem that they were taking care of her. The problem was they took no precaution and thought that it was completely fine.
So you're saying you believe that the characters that are being written here in this story would be willing to forgive a Xenos who's against the Empire to have him be an ally?
Yes, and
I mean, I guess they did. I guess they did that with like Nero. I guess.
Kind of. But Nero is more complicated though, because he already had a past personal story with Sid. So like we already knew that he was more than just like a minion, you know. Like there was already more.
The thing
to
is,
the
like,
story.
the thing is, it's a harder story to sell with Xenos, just because, unlike Nero, who was like a scientist, and I'm sure he killed a bunch of people, but like
But in the
we
end,
didn't
he
see
was
any of
like
that.
a-
We
like-
didn't know any of
yeah.
that. Like the problem is that for Xenos, one, we fought and he tried to kill us, but the other thing is that like he did like
Kill a lot of people,
a bunch
and
of
he
people
enjoys
in
that.
Doma. Yeah, and he enjoys that and stuff,
yeah.
and like that's something.
Speaking
that,
of,
I-
hold on. Before we go any farther, remember how we were like Urianger taught us a rhyme about the sword that Xenos had,
yeah.
and it was never explained what it was about.
Well, don't worry about it.
It's
Don't worry about it.
don't worry about it.
That is literally the only time that Oriandra's been in this story, is when he told us like a
And he like
random
caught
tale
us.
about a
I remember he
sword.
caught us like at the dock just to tell us the rhyme, and
Yeah.
then the rhyme
Yeah.
appeared again when we saw Xenos' sword, and then
Like,
it was
it's-
never mentioned again.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. But yeah, I don't know. Like I feel, are the writers willing to forgive and forget what Xenos has done just to have him be like a just for that like interaction between our characters? I think they might. I don't think
I
they
am
should.
afraid they. Yeah, that's what I said. I am afraid they might, but I don't think they should. Like, if
Like,
anything,
I think.
I would be okay if he becomes his own entity, like just separate.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think it's an easier pill to swallow than like the Suyu stuff, because like she was actually like insane and she like enjoyed torturing people, and like she was actually deranged on another level, like more so
Yeah,
like for
like,
Xenos
even
it is more like
basically-
it's very different. Yeah,
Basically, even before brain damage, she already was like just not
brain
sane.
damage. Yeah.
No, but basically she was not sane. She was
Yeah,
insane.
yeah, for sure. Like for him, it's very different. So I think they can sell the idea of him being someone to work with more so than with Azula. For
Yeah,
sure.
but I would say that it would have to be like a third party and not like actual ally, because that just feels wrong.
Yeah, for sure. I agree. Now, I'll ask you this again. Do you think the writers forgot about $4?
Cordova said that she's done fighting and she's actually just living her days in the prison.
Do you think they forgot?
I don't
I
know.
think they forgot. I think they forgot about this character too.
I feel like it's still early. I feel like she can still appear.
I hope she does. The problem with her appearing is that, one, if you remember, I thought that Xenos was gonna like get on his jetpack and fly over to the prison and set her free. The problem is that there's been a time skip, and it sounds like we're
Nothing
moving on to a different region. So then, and we're leaving $4 behind here. So I think it's too late for like a prison break. It's too late for her to come into the fray now, I feel.
And we said
Maybe
it
I'm wrong,
before that it would
but,
be very cool to include Fordola, just if for nothing else, for her reaction to what is happening, because she was kind of close with Xenos. And I don't necessarily mean
100%.
personally close, but like they respected each other, which you can't say much about everybody else.
Yeah, I agree. Like obviously that's why we're bringing it up. But like I don't know if the writers are aware of the character of $4. So it feels like we're moving on to a different region and moving on to a different place, and we're going to be leaving all these other characters behind. So we'll see. We'll see. I hope I'm wrong. Hope that they can come back to $4 and use her as a character here, because I feel like she's very important, of course, and tied into Xenos. But okay, thank God. I'll leave the two of you to your task and see to my known. What is your task? Wait, what?
Yeah, I was gonna. No, hold on. What do you think about the emergency link purse?
True.
The
you know
entire
what?
time they
You know
had
what?
emergency link purse.
You know what? my brain turned off for that. Like I was like, whatever. It's just a story device. Like it's whatever.
It's a MacGuffin, you know.
It is, yeah. It is. It's
Why do they have
the-
specifically the chip? Yeah, no, it's fine. It's okay.
yeah. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You know what would have been better
Why?
is
No,
Go
okay,
on.
it's fine.
No, go on. Go
No, I was
on,
gonna
go
say,
on.
if they have special emergency link pairs. Okay, no, the question is, are they different from regular link pairs, or are they just like a different number? I guess is my question.
So we harp on link pros a lot. I think it's a mistake. I think it's a writing mistake for them to suddenly introduce the concept of quote unquote emergency link pros, just because now it's like, why aren't they using them? I would imagine 100% in the future, there's going to be moments where it's like, why are they not using them if they introduced the concept of them here? So I think that's the biggest issue with it. All they need to do is just the idea of because Alphino and Ko are stranded wherever they are, like just the idea of them, I don't know, like MacGyvering together their own way of communicating Thancred, and then they get a message to him, but it's like cut off or something. Like they didn't have to introduce the concept of this concept. They chose to, obviously, and I feel like it's probably going to cause some issues in the future. But yeah, I don't know. They shouldn't have here, I feel. But yeah,
I found it.
they just got 911. They got 911. They got emergency calling to each other. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
But
They can
only
call
to
each
each
other
other,
whenever they
not to
want.
anyone else.
Yeah.
Not to any other numbers, not any other members of the Scions, or no, just them specifically.
Yeah. It's fine. Don't
Not
worry.
even his sister. No,
Nah. No, not not even his twin sister.
no, it's
Yeah.
fine.
No. He trusts old mate Tancred who can't even use magic. That's weird. That's who he needs to be able
He
to call.
trusts Thancred more than
Thancred.
Ali said. That is true.
Uh-huh. True.
He trusts Real more than Ali said.
What if Zeno goes on the Vegeta arc? I mean, it's difficult. It's difficult to pull off something like that. Like I don't know if he has the character for that.
He doesn't.
Like
As a
Yeah, the
as a
problem is-
Vegeta fan, he doesn't.
yeah. Like Zenos, like you need to write for him to have a certain goal that he's willing to work together on, but even more than just getting his body back. Like it needs to be more
I
than
feel
that.
like the problem is that like Xenos's goal is very shallow, as you said, because he wants his
Yeah.
body back. But what does he want the body for? So just so he can fight more people. Like there's nothing like
Yeah.
past that.
Yeah.
Like
Unless-
as far as we know, there is nothing past just the will to fight.
Yeah. Unless this would be their time to like insert, more depth to the character and give him something more. Because maybe, okay, look, in this fan fiction that they were writing, where his family disowns him, or like his family decides that like, hey, this imposter is better. We like him. We actually just want him to stay.
Yeah, we're gonna
Yeah,
kill him.
the idea of, I mean, it's difficult because the way that they've written Zeno so far, I don't think that he'd care necessarily.
Yeah, that's
as much, because
exactly what I'm saying. Like,
that's
it
the
doesn't
issue.
seem like he
Yeah.
cares much about anything, so it's difficult to write motivation for him.
Exactly. Like if he cared about things, then you could write in the motivation that he would want like revenge, or he'd feel insulted, or like he'd want to get back at the Empire for the treatment that he'd be receiving. But the problem is that they haven't written him in such a way that he just doesn't care about the Empire as much, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So far in the story, the way that he's been portrayed. But that's what they'd have to insert, right? They have to insert that kind of motivation. Anyway, Alice.
No, I can see her face. Loath though I am to neglect making preparations for the council, we must act swiftly before Alphino's trail goes cold. I propose we first pay Hien a visit. He's sure to want to hear about these developments, and he may well be able to advise us on how best to reach the burn.
A sound plan. And Ishola is in Doma, is she not? I dare say she'd join you in the search if you ask her nicely. Well, you see, to all that, I shall go and report my findings to the Alliance. You may leave any preparations for the Council to me.
Oh, Thancred is gonna be our representative? Oh no. Thank you, Thancred. Right, to Doma then. We have much and more to share with Y'shtola. I was gonna say why, if we're in such a rush, we have a time to go to Hien, but I guess we're going through Othard, so it kinda makes sense.
Okay. As much as I would like to visit Doma, it will have to wait. 12 speed you on your way. Oh, and give my regards to Y'shtola.
I trust Thancred with
just-
PR things. I'm sure, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, Thancred, but you're gonna be taking the back seat again for the rest of the expansion. See you in Shadowbringers, I guess. Sure.
Oh well.
Set him to the side.
See you next patch, Thancred.
Yeah. I think that was pretty similar to a lot of Final Fantasy 14 players, where it's like, when is next Primal? When is the next dungeon? I mean, kind of, sure.
Yeah, but that's
sure.
the thing, like,
No,
how do you
like a
write
Final Fantasy
motivation
player,
from
but not
that?
like the character. Yeah.
Because
I think you could.
yeah.
I
No.
think you could weave a story. Okay,
Uh-huh.
this is how you do it.
Okay.
You could weave a story where you can maybe tempt Xenos with the idea of fighting primals. I think you could maybe do that, where you can like convince him throughout the course of this story that is a challenge worth fighting for, and that's the best
care?
challenge he's gonna be getting. Does he care about fighting primals?
Yeah, because it's like-
I think you can make him
No,
care. I
listen,
think.
listen. He's like, oh, you can fight primals. It's challenge like, I have enslaved a primal. Primals are nothing to me.
That's also true. That's
Like, I don't think primal is big enough for him.
maybe he can become like Ash Ketchum. He can catch them all. He can
Yes,
save all the
Ash Ketchum.
primals.
Xenos catch
There you
him
go. Exactly.
That's his name.
Have him catch all the primals.
He's like, see,
There you
here you have like a stamp card. If you beat Ifrit, you can
Yep.
put a stamp here.
Yes.
Oh, what do I
yes.
get
We're
when I
gonna
fill
give
this stamp?
Pokedex.
You get a free coffee.
Yes. Free tea. Free tea. He's gonna get a Pokedex. He has to get all the primals. There you go.
Yeah,
It's fine. Makes sense.
sense.
So,
It is curious indeed. While other matters demand my attention at the present, I shall bear what you have told me in mind. Should you notice any change, do not hesitate to seek me out.
thank you, my lady. You're most kind.
Well, well, two faces from the dim and distant past.
How long has it been?
Like 20 years.
It's been years that we've been waiting for Thancred to call us back.
Yeah, actually,
Crazy.
that's how long it took him to get back. Come now, it hasn't been that long. Who was that you were speaking with? A local miner who supplies crystals for the rebuilding effort. Of late, he claims to have struggled to find a crystal with so much as a trace of elemental energy. Upon learning that I had some knowledge of ether, he came seeking my counsel. Just now he brought me one of his recent finds. It was precisely as he described, devoid of elemental energy, and eerily reminiscent of the aspected crystals that manifested in Eorzea in the days prior to the calamity. We would be wise to investigate the phenomenon more closely. Indeed. But on a more positive note, the locals seem to have taken a liking to you. More an interest than a liking to, I think. The sight of a Mikota with a peculiar contraption upon her head has a certain novelty value in these parts. And the actual regard they may have for me, I owe wholly to you and the others who came before. Everyone here has been exceedingly cooperative, and I am pleased to report that I have all but concluded my investigation. Simply put, by focusing one's will upon an ether-infused object of worship, it is possible to conduct a summoning. We already knew that. Nothing new, Ishtola. So, the fact that they are in objects of worship is the key. They are themselves suffused with the requisite belief. Correct? Such sacred relics as the Kojin collect obviate the need for religious fervor in the summoner, Yotsu being the most obvious example. She had but to associate the artifact given to her by Asahi with the divine, and it served to amplify her desires and give them form. A form nourished through the power of crystals, also provided by her brother, and thus was Tsukuyomi brought into being. Which brings me to the question of preventative measures, to which I have yet to find a satisfactory answer. At present, I know of naught that will avail us, save to keep watch over the movement of relics and crystals. As if we did not have enough to keep watch over already. I doubt you came all this way to hear which may be perused in a report. Has something happened to Alfino? I shall join you in the search, of course. Thank you, Ishtola. I should be glad of your help, truly. Now, if there's nothing else, I shall go on ahead and request an audience with Lord Hien. Isaiah puts on a brave face, but she has little talent for concealment. We should join her at the Kenkan. Again, I don't know, I feel weird about Ishtola like telling us about Alice's feelings. I don't know what it is, it just feels weird. It's like, we should know that already.
Yeah. It's just, yeah.
It's like, in case you didn't notice.
That's what I mean, like, it's just... I think it's just like... It's just writing that's hitting you over the head with like trying to make sure the player character understands.
But that's why it feels very unnatural. It's like that she has to specifically repeatedly tell us that. Yeah. Like she could be like commenting like oh like you know she's trying but like we know that it's hard for her or something like but she like specifically says it as if we don't know and it just makes me feel weird.
Yeah, it's very overt dialogue.
Yeah.
It's and there are ways to convey that with a little bit more tact. I agree. There are ways that can be done, like where you can say the same thing, but like have it be a little bit more natural.
Yeah, be more like just friends like worrying about another person, right?
Yeah. You could argue that maybe that's like a translation error, like maybe. It's always hard to say just because the original game is in Japanese, and it's possible that in Japanese it is like portrayed in a much more natural fashion. It's possible that it might just be translation stuff, or like. Yeah.
But there was something else she said. Firstly, she said that the objects are a thing, which, I mean, we kind of already knew. But she said that you don't need a belief to summon them. Remember?
That's so...
No. Before you say that, remember how the fake Xeno said, oh, Yotsu, she's a religious person, that's enough.
Yes, yeah. Like I was about to say that a big part of that was like the post rationalization of events that had happened and them trying to explain things. And the problem with that line was that they specifically set up that Yotsuyu was actually like a worshipper of like of the
Kojin
kami and
god.
of like the of the Kojin gods
specific
to
said
explain
Kojin.
why to explain why she'd be able to use the Kojin relic. And then here they're like, oh, actually, like
You don't have to believe in
she
anything.
you don't have to believe it. But the problem is that she did believe in it. So like it was it's a weird like retroactive thing that they're saying there.
And then
They're
you
like,
remember
oh, like
because it bothered us the first time. It's like, oh yeah, she's religious. We're like, what?
yeah.
She's
It's-
religious
I
and
thi-
her
I
kimono is
think-
bulletproof.
I think that line was an example of what we said earlier, where it feels like there's a little bit of miscommunication between the writing teams, because we had one writing team say initially, or I guess a retcon, but like initially they were like, oh no, yeah, she Yotsuyu, like as a child she worshipped like the Kojin gods and the kami for whatever reason, and then here it's like, oh, actually, you
You don't need to
do
worship anything. You just have to believe enough.
yeah. It is a weird like retconny thing to do. It's weird.
Also, another thing.
But
yeah.
go on.
No.
I would say that obviously the reason why they said that is because they're setting up potentially in the future of like these relics being used by someone who
Yeah.
doesn't believe in them, but they can still use them. Like that's
Yeah.
why they're doing it. Obviously, is to set that up for the future,
Yeah, it did seem like that way.
just to make sure it's not as limited.
Especially
To,
Especially since Ishtola has mentioned a few times that like, oh, we will have to like start cataloging these relics, and I assume that's something that's gonna like part of our questing story. Like maybe not necessarily the main quest, but I assume in some way we will like witness the cataloging part.
yeah. Maybe.
But also,
Anyway.
another thing she said was about the ether and how apparently ether is disappearing from stuff. And like, considering that, for those who remember, that she literally sees through ether, wouldn't she be like the most suitable person to investigate that like on hand?
Yeah.
Because she could
sure.
literally see what is happening.
Do you think the writers forgot that she can see ether?
Yeah, because for those who missed it or don't remember, Ishtola is blind. After something that happened to her, after a certain event, she's just properly full blind. However, she's now extra sensitive to ether, so she literally sees through ether. That's a thing.
I'll fax the writers. I'll let them know. Okay. Stella.
My report can wait. Finding Alfino must take priority.
How to say?
There you are. I've apprised Hien of the situation.
You kitty.
I should not have allowed Master Alfino to leave without an escort. But it advises us not to dwell on the past. We must focus on what can be done now. Okay. Two things.
But do you think she was speaking to you? Kuro,
She
do you
was
think
speaking to
that
me,
was, do you think there was like backlash from the community, like bringing up the fact that like why was he sent alone?
Why
and then
was a
they
teenager
put that
sent
line of
alone to
dialogue in?
an enemy country? Yes. But no.
Uh-huh.
No. Firstly, I will not talk more about that because I have said that 10,000 times and I will again. Why did we not have an option to offer ourselves as the bodyguard, regardless whether he takes it or not? That was not the case,
Yeah.
and I feel like at this point of the story we are close enough to him that we would do that for him, you know? Just saying. Like, I'm not even talking about fanfiction, I'm talking canonically. We are close friends. And he is willing to say that as well. But secondly, something else that Sanket said that was like a question mark in my head that I caught is like, oh yeah, like the message of like the Doma and stuff, it spread far and wide thanks to the shinobi who were like talking to the people and stuff. So you're telling me that shinobi are in the Gallian Empire now?
I think I took note of that line of dialogue as well. I didn't. I think it's a negative thing to hear about people freely traveling the rest of the world when we can't.
Yes.
I think usually in MMOs, in games in general, you typically try to avoid that sort of thing, and you do your best to try to give rationale and reasoning as to why that isn't the case. And I think you can get away with it here in Final Fantasy previously, where it's like, okay, look, the Gallian Empire, they control these areas, and like trying to traverse through like these territories, like you can't do that sort of thing.
Yeah, I think it's not that bad of a problem there. My problem is more that we pointed it out before that like Shinobi were very important for some of the events happening like in heavens, or I want to say like some of the stuff were like they contributed there, and like we actually saw them in action. And then we went into Stormblood, and we pretty much saw nothing of Shinobi. Like they appeared a few times, but like we barely heard anything of them and like of what they're doing. And now suddenly we are being told that, oh yeah, they're just like all around the Gallian Empire. And like it just feels weird to me where I don't understand how they function, basically. Like it just doesn't seem like they have that kind of like ability to do that, and then suddenly they do it.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird. Obviously, we spoke about how they should have played a bigger part in what was happening in Doma and what was happening in the MSQ. I think the problem is that because they weren't a part of that, like our perception of them is quite low, right? Because it's like, if they couldn't help there, then what can they do? But if you're telling us
if
that
they weren't helping Doma, then what were they doing, right?
Yeah.
So it just felt weird to me to suddenly hear that Shinobi just spread news over the Gallian Empire when we barely saw them like during the Stormblood expansion.
Alright. Ian? Greetings, my friends. Alisea has explained all to me. Needless to say, you shall have our full cooperation in the search, even if Alphinaud's trail does lead to the burn, of all places.
What do you have?
Tian is mulling over the details of Alphinaud's link protocol. You okay? The region known as the Burn occupies a special place in Gallian history. Every child in the Empire is familiar with the tale. In the distant past, it was a verdant land teeming with life, but successive summonings saw it bled dry of ether and reduced to a desert. It was upon beholding the devastation that Primals had wrought that Empire Solus was spurred to embark upon his crusade against their kind.
The burn offers a glimpse of the future we seek to prevent. Know you of any reason why Alphinaud might have gone there?
This is where we find out that like that was all a lie.
And what was it instead then?
I don't know. They can do what they want.
Because I do think that oh, he saw the devastation and he wept. Like I think that probably is exaggerated. But like, what do you think? What else would cause this?
You can do it two ways. Either it's true, it's probably more interesting if it is true because then it's a little bit more gray when it comes to the goal of the Gallian Empire, because then you can rationalize and understand their approach to things because they want to avoid that outcome happening again. So technically, like there's like a positive.
Yeah,
like,
even they have like radical ways to do it, but like there was the intention. That was their intention.
Yeah. It was their intentation. True. I do think that is probably a more compelling story. I think the low hanging fruits and the worst story would be if they said something like, the Empire went there and it's actually they destroyed the lands, like they blamed that happening on summoning and on the Primals, and they kind of sold that lie and that's kind of what they're pushing for. But really it wasn't. It was something more to do with like what the Empire had done themselves.
But
And
what,
that would paint them in a more negative light.
But the thing is, like, what kind of thing would cause this kind of distraction?
I don't know, elegant technology. I don't know. but the idea would be that there was maybe a civilization that they were opposing, and then they would like destroy them and like nuke them essentially. What do we have? We have the Ultima weapon. We have the Omega. We can have like the what's next? The penultima weapon.
The Final Fantasy.
But like, yeah. That's the Final Fantasy. True.
And they just remove all the magic. The Final Fantasy. But what I was gonna say, something about the burn that I think would be really cool in the context would be if anything that requires ether to use was actually limited. As in, like, if you don't have like a battery with you, you just cannot use it. So like a carbuncle, too bad, it's not working anymore. That kind of thing. Because technically, like, I guess people have their own ether, but like, I think it would be interesting because like the land is completely dry, that like you only have as much as you have, and you like can't get more. I feel like that would be an interesting concept for the place.
It'll be interesting, but I mean, he was using like the carbuncle and stuff.
He
there.
was,
Like,
and so wait, like if it was just Alfino using carbuncle, then it would be fine. But the hunters were also using magic, so they're not gonna do it.
Yeah. My God. The burn off was a glimpse, or did you already do that one?
Yeah, I already did.
Okay. Aye, Mischance. Though it lies on the route to Garlemald, it is no place to make a stop. My guess is they encountered some manner of trouble there. In any event, I am of the same mind as Alice. We have no choice but to take our search to the burn. Given the considerable distances involved, 'tis best we went by bird.
No, we have our rooster.
Then we have like a bunch of flying machines and like a bunch of like
Nah.
airships. Nah, by bird. Okay. Lies and I have our yolls. Yugiri, will you ready the falcons for the others?
I have a falcon. I also have a flying antelope. I shall gather our swiftest birds. Near the house of the Fierce, there is an overlook. Pray join us there once you have seen to your preparations. I flew on things here. I don't need for them to give me a... Okay. Flying mounts were a thing at this point, right? Right?
Nah. It's fine. We went through the trouble of getting our yolls. We gotta use our yolls.
Fair enough.
We're gonna interact with the aura. Are they gonna they're gonna fly with us as well?
Cool.
Or the warriors of the Azim Steppe.
I mean, that would be cool, but why would they?
Bring him in. Hearken to me.
I can do it. Yes. That's one of my favorite words. It's just so... It does not sound good.
Yeah, you giddy.
Having named him an emissary of Doma, Lord Hien considers himself personally responsible for Master Alfino's safety. What I could say would sway him from joining the search. Maybe you should have thought about this beforehand, you know? Coming for you, Alfino. Such a steed to bear me to and fro, I could perform my fieldwork in a fraction of the time. I shall try my hand at this Bardam's metal. You can do it, Ishtola. It's not that hard.
If everyone is here and possessed of a bird, let us away. Remember, our destination is a barren wasteland. There is no civilization to speak of for 100 miles in all directions. Take care you do not lose your way. Oh, it's a duty.
I thought it would be funny if they actually told us to navigate and we could actually get lost. That would be funny.
I thought it was gonna be a solo thing, but I guess not.
So he has more to say.
Barren though it is, the burn is said to be home to hardy beasts, adapted to the unforgiving environment. And then there are the specters. If certain tales are to be believed, I expect we shall soon find out for ourselves what truly dwells there.
I mean, your leaves are pretty varied at least.
En route to Garlemald, Alfino made a final link pro call to Thancred, before falling silent. During the one-sided and distorted communication, he is said to have spoken the words, the burn, the name of the vast wasteland on the western edge of Orthid. Once a verdant region teeming with flora and fauna, repeated summonings saw it bled of ether, and reduced to a barren desert. But even in an unforgiving environment such as this, life has endured. In a fierce struggle for what little ether yet remains, the burn's beastly denizens have grown uncommonly savage, and your comrades must contend with their dangerous ilk as you scour its white sands for Alphina's trail. The burn, 4-player duty. Okay. Hello, Saka. Hello. My estimation before we get to this is so wrong. I'm almost unable to join because of food being ready. Ah, it's okay. It's okay. Haken is amazing. True. But I think we'll save this for next time. So it's quite late here. It's been 4 hours. Jesus, it's already been a 4-hour stream. But I think we'll do the duties next time. We still have 2 duties to do. We have this one and of course the Alliance raid. But I think we'll end it here for today. Is that okay, Copa? Are you okay? what are you doing? Okay,
Yeah, I guess we can do it next time. Although, I mean, saving Alfino takes priority, but he's gonna be fine.
I don't know if we'd save him, to be fair, in the duty, but
yeah,
we can
I
save
somehow
all
doubt
of that for
it.
next time. Yeah. No, as in like, I would imagine he's, with the crew, with the, what are they called? Shadow Slayers? Shadow Hunters? Shadow Hunters, yeah.
Slayer, yes, Shadow Slayer 69.
Yes, they slay shadows. Slay. But I guess we'll see what they do with it. Like, part of me, like, it's difficult because it's its own enclosed story here in the post patch. Like, I don't know if they'd make a new small region in the burns for us to like quest in. I don't know if they have the budget for that. I don't think they would, right?
I mean, I thought we we're gonna get to like a settlement maybe of the people, and like that will be like the intro to the next expansion. That's my feeling.
It's too soon because there's still like a 4.5, right? Like this is only 4.4. Like it, yeah. So just quickly wrapping things up. I don't really know where the story's gonna take us necessarily, because if we're gonna do a bunch of stuff outside of Erozia or outside of Doma and outside of Alamigo, is it like just purely duties from here? Maybe, I don't know. Like I feel like now is the time in the story where we have to start venturing into Garlemald territory to tell the story, and that's probably where Shadowbringers will take us.
Yeah, I think so.
But like we still have a bunch of story left to go here, so I don't know. We'll see. I'm looking forward to you finding out many streams from now. Yes, it'll take us like 10 streams. True.
You're almost there, Soko. You're almost there.
Mm-hmm.
You're almost caught up. Endgame.
I think it's a good spot I think it's going to take a break unless you want to spend another hour and a half or two there's more to come in the story. Yeah, I would imagine like this is the beginning of the patch, right? This is the beginning of 4.4. I think there's a lot to come. And
yeah, and it looks like an opening of like a bigger story because we find like a completely new group of people and everything.
Yeah. We'll see if any of our hopes for the story come to pass when it comes to what they do with Xenos and fake Xenos and real Xenos. What do you think, Oppa? What do you think?
I don't know. I don't know. I keep thinking like they won't do that, right? And then they just do it. So I don't know anymore.
We'll see.
I
like to believe that they tighten everything up and we end up in a good place. But yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I do wonder.
I still
wonder if there is how
really
explain why the guy has a gunblade though. That is interesting.
Oh, true. Do you think he's unironically related to because
be
they intentionally are not saying his name? Do you think he's unironically related to Gaius?
I think it would be funny if that was true.
I
actually wouldn't even be mad. I think it would be because we said it before that like Gaius was an interesting character, so it would be I guess a way to explore him.
It would be a way to do that. I agree. I think that's a.
And as we know,
it's interesting.
Gaius was like quote unquote collecting icons, as in like he was also like dealing with that business.
He was also a Pokemon master.
Yeah,
yes.
he was a Pokemon master, unironically because Ultima was just eating the Pokemons. But it would make sense that like maybe he did like research on the burn or something, and like he was like involved in that because in the end of the day, Gaius wasn't just a general, like he was also involved in like all the like technology, right? Like that was the whole thing that like he had Seed and Nero like under his wing, like more Seed, I guess.
I think you have to be a little bit careful with the concept of like the I keep wanting to say Shadow Slayers, the Demon Hunters, the Shadow Slayers, because the idea of him, he had like 6 or 7 different masks. Like it was a big deal when we killed one of them.
Listen. Here's the fan fiction. Here's the fan fiction.
Okay, what's the fan fiction?
He learned that the downfall of Gaius was caused by the Asian. And ever since, it's been like maybe 3-4 years, ever since he's been hunting down every Asian he could find. And he knows how to find them.
Is that why they took over Xenos' body? Because they're hiding from him? Because they don't have to use their mask anymore?
Because they already know, like he already knows how to track them down. But that's why they had to like find another way to hide, because clearly it was not enough to take over live people. I guess they had to go for dead people now.
You know what? What if they just stop wearing masks and they just changed how they appear? Wouldn't that help them? Maybe?
No, the masks are important.
No? Okay.
But
I was gonna say
I want that as the fanfiction now. That like this guy is actually like the Shadow Hunter. He's actually on a vengeance after Gaius's death, because he is aware that it was the Asians who brought his downfall.
Yeah.
And he wants to get to the bottom of this.
So what I was gonna say is that you have to be careful with the concept of that, because there aren't that many. Like you can't have like this guy's like he's killed like 20 Asians. There's like 25. You know, like there's not that many of them. So
do we know that?
Like I mean, from my understanding, there are maybe there's like 1,000. True, maybe there's like a whole nation of them.
Yeah, firstly we don't know exactly, but secondly, I think there were like different ranks as well, because the masks were also different. Like someone like Alidibus was like completely different from the others, for example.
Maybe again, for me, you have to be careful with that, because from my understanding, it was meant to be like an exclusive group, right? Like it's like Organization 13. There's like a handful of them, and they're they have their own agenda, and they're doing their own thing. like expanding it too much, I feel like takes away from that a little bit. So I feel like you got to be careful. But what I will say though is that we haven't seen or heard from them in a while.
Yes.
So the idea that this guy collecting trophies is recent, and then the funny thing for me would be we finally get like one of those scenes where we see their meeting, and like usually it's like a round table of like 20 of them, and then like there's only like 5 left.
Yeah,
They're like, guys,
and they're
we
like,
gotta
okay, guys.
they're like, guys, this is getting dangerous. Okay, like this guy's hunting us down. Like we gotta do something. Like this is crazy. They're like terrified. Like that.
He's just
I
one
love the
guy.
idea of that. That sounds amazing. Yeah.
We cannot
no.
be doing this, guys. He has
Oh,
he has
no.
a sword.
The Asians, they're in danger. They're endangered, I should say. Oh god.
But yeah,
So,
I was
we'll
under
see,
the
we'll see.
impression that there was more of them than like the 10 that we've seen.
I mean, technically, there's gonna be an infinite. They introduced all the different universes. Like technically, you can.
Yeah,
they
I
can
mean,
be
no, from
as
what I
many as they
understand,
want, I
Asians
guess.
are from a different universe in the first place.
Yeah,
so
they
We
are.
don't have full
They are.
information on them.
So you can write it in a certain way that there's like a whole thing there, I guess.
Yeah, remember all of that?
Were they on the moon? Or that?
Remember how Minfilia turned into the crystal so that we could learn of the balance of the force, and I still don't understand it to this day. Remember that part?
Don't worry about it. That doesn't matter. They just wanted to kill her off. It doesn't matter. It's fine. It's fine. They just wanted to get rid of Minfilia. Don't worry about it. Doesn't have to make sense.
That was a thing.
People also thought we'd go into Garlemald after Realm Reborn after Heaven's Sword. I mean, I feel like that's what. Sorry, I feel like the direction of this story is heading there, right?
I mean, I was
Like,
gonna say,
am I crazy?
Alfin was literally going there.
Yeah,
Like,
he was
it
going
doesn't,
there.
It doesn't
like,
get closer than that.
yeah. I mean, we'll see, obviously, but like
Yeah.
that, it feels like the story's heading in that direction of us going to Garlemald.
Yeah, I mean, we got introduced to more Galleons, so I mean, it would make sense. If not this expansion, I guess the next one then. But yeah, I don't
like for me personally, I do think it's too soon in the story. I think I spoke about this previously. Like I would have loved to explore Rabanastre and the Damaskans and gone there next. Personally,
But the Dalmascans are
especially
side
with-
stories, so we can't do that.
yeah. Just because I feel like it's good to build up towards something like Garlemald, because it feels like
Yes.
that's like the quote-unquote end game. So personally, in the grander scheme of things, I do think it's too soon, but I also don't know where we would go right now. Like they haven't set anything up for where to go, except for like Hingashi or I get, like that's the only other like region that we've really heard more about recently, right? Is like Hingashi and I guess like
I guess there's
Rabanastre.
Tavnar.
who?
Tavnar. You know how we keep getting like Tavnarian items.
Sure. What? I don't know. Who's from Thavnar? Who's Thavnarian?
We don't know who's Tavnarian, but the whole dancer thing is from there, I think.
No, but there's been nothing tied to that. Like no character.
No,
or
no,
no
that's
element
what
of the
I
story.
was saying. No story.
That's what I mean. Yeah. Yeah.
No, sorry, we knew one guy from Tavner, I think. Or was it Radzatan? The guy who was selling us stuff for our first relic whip.
I think the only other place to go, but we've already explored it, is like would have been like the school, the Sharlayan school that blew up. But that's the whole point of Eureka, right?
Yeah, that's Eureka. Eureka explores that.
Yeah. Yeah.
By the way, more Eureka on Friday.
True.
I know Soko is looking forward to that.
But anyway, with that, we're going to be wrapping up for the day. We'll be back next time to do the duty and to continue 4.4, but that will be most likely next week. Next week, if you may be tuning in for the first time, currently we do have 2 set days a week where we do stream Final Fantasy. That is on, let's see, that is on Tuesdays. So today, for
Fridays.
example, 10th. Yeah, Tuesdays and Fridays. And currently, because we unlocked Eureka, the way that we're splitting up is on Tuesdays, we're streaming MSQ, and on Fridays, we're streaming Eureka. That is the current plan. when it comes to Eureka. We're currently in the second zone, so it'll take us a while. And we're not trying to grind too much Eureka. It's just us doing like challenge logs.
Yeah,
Like,
basically
challenge
we're
logs
doing the
and,
weekly challenge log for Eureka and like progress the next quest because that's exactly about how much experience it takes.
Yeah. So just taking it easy. If Eureka goes fast, then we might do a little bit of MSQ afterwards, but otherwise we'll just be Eureka on Friday.
We expect daily Final Fantasy streams from now on.
True. Daily.
What do we do daily? I mean, our daily streams would be very boring because daily we just do like field retainers.
Daily would just be like, it'd just be like dually like roulettes.
Yeah,
Just be daily
roulettes, like stuff like that.
I mean,
No,
technically,
like
daily
roulettes.
streams would mean we do MSQ, right? We do.
Yeah, but we don't have time for that. But it is something I have been thinking about to like stream like on Discord or something, but like just like doing like side quests, like the class quests and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. But yes, next time we're doing MSQ, we will save Alpino. And I will become his personal bodyguard whether he wants it or not.
Save up, and we'll figure out where the story's going. And
Nah,
I
we
still
won't figure
want.
that one out. That will
True.
remain a mystery.
I still want Xenos' dad to adopt fake
It would be
Xenos.
funny. I
want
kind of
that.
want it now because they created
Yeah.
like his like reputation and his image like to be like this almost monstrous person. So like it wouldn't even feel wrong for him to do that. So I kind of want
It
them
would
to
be-
do it now.
It would be peak cinema if Xenos gets disowned and replaced by
Yes.
fake Xenos. I want that. I
think it would be very fitting. I think it would be very fitting.
But with that, we are going to be wrapping up. So thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. We do appreciate it. We're going to be heading off here. It is 4 a.m. in the morning. It is very late here in Australia. So I'm going to get some sleep. And we'll be back on Friday for some Eureka. We'll be back next week, same time, same place with some MSQ. In regards to StarCraft, we are going to be live tomorrow with Pegasus Cup. That is going to be in around 8 hours. 8-9 hours time. I'm still on the fence about casting it. We might skip it just because we do have to focus on GSL, on GSL
Because
CK.
tomorrow on Soup we will be covering GSL.
Yeah, we're going to be casting GSL tomorrow, so that is going to be a big thing. So we might end up skipping out on Pegasus Cup, but we'll see. Otherwise, thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys next time. And likewise, also, thank you for the follow. Aurel, thank you for the follow, Aurelie, as well. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate you joining us on our journey through the MSQ. It's going to be a slow one.
I swear we don't normally land as much. Like it's Stormblood bring it in us. I said before we liked Heavensward. We had some comments on it, but we did like Heavensward. It's specifically Stormblood that makes us so cranky.
Yes. As you can see, it's very slow going. Okay, a couple of quests here and there. It's like 70% rant, 30% questing, and we'll eventually get into Shadowbringers. We'll get there.
Also, we did like some side quests. Side quests were good.
Yeah. True. Yeah, no, true. Unironically, we I think had mainly positive things to say about the post patch, the animal quest line with the turtle.
Line, the
auspices,
the Bard quest line we also liked.
Yeah. We enjoyed those experiences and the characters utilized in those quest lines more so than the MSQ. But yeah, for sure, like the class quests alongside the auspices quest line, that's good stuff. It's good. I'll say that the Final Fantasy Tactics quest line is a little bit drawn out, and it's
a little messy.
Yeah.
Like I kind of at some point I kind of like stopped keeping track of what's happening there. I'll be honest. Like I don't I no longer understand.
I think it's very engaging.
No, it's not so much engaging. I feel like they made it a bit too complicated, and I no longer follow what is happening.
I don't even know if I want to say complicated, but we spoke about this at the time, but they spent a lot of time like explaining things. Like it's very like as in trying to set up like the backstory, the history, but also the history of like Final Fantasy Tactics and these characters, and like this is it's just a little bit overly wordy. I
think
feel.
I kind of got lost the moment they introduced the Ramza, like entering the Ramza, and then the Ramza also having sister who also existed in the past, and then she also has a kid, and actually these children are actually the children of the other one. Like they went too far.
Yeah.
I stopped understanding that plotline.
Like, all you need to know is that their father was obsessed and to an unhealthy amount, and named his kids after these historical beings.
Can you blame him? Like his kids even look like them. Like that's the whole thing. It's not like, oh, he was like inspired and gave them the names. Like they are literal copies of them, which just makes it all the more
He didn't
weird.
know that though.
True.
Yeah.
We'll keep training to breeze through the burn.
Yes, we'll get there.
I've done Ivalice Alliance Raid story 3 times and I don't understand it. Nope.
It's
Like,
it's probably
made,
one of the.
It made sense to a
it's the
certain
weakest
point, and then it's just okay.
Yeah, I would say unfortunately it's the weakest alliance quest line so far out of the 3 that we've done. Like Heaven's Ward and the Realm Reborn.
It's kind of funny that Alexander made more sense considering all the time travel bullshit.
Yeah, Alexander did make more sense, but unfortunately, it's unfortunate because it's also like a tie-in to like a beloved game, which is Tactics, right? Like Tactics is
which got
there's a lot of people that
recently.
actually. Yeah, but there's a lot of people that like Tactics is like their favorite Final Fantasy game, right? So it's a bit of a shame that it's used in this way and in such a way, and it's I don't think it landed the way that they were hoping that it would.
Yeah, I think it
shame.
just went a bit too much. Like you can even tell by the fact that like you can go to like NPCs and like ask them about each character, and each character is like an A4 page of like explanation who they are. And like at that point, you're like, you realize just how much lost you are in all of this.
Yeah. Anyway, with that, wrapping up here for today. Gonna go put the bunnies to bed,
Don't forget
get
to
some
join
sleep.
the Discord if you want to follow our adventures.
Yeah. We do have our own Discord server where you can interact. Obviously, no spoilers in regards to the story of Final Fantasy. We are getting through it at our own pace, so I appreciate to keep spoilers away.
Yes.
Otherwise,
There are also people like in our Discord who are even on the very beginning of the story. So we keep like the stream spoilers to a separate thread, so we can talk about it there. But yeah.
also, did something happen?
What?
Is there like a? I did notice that like an alert appeared saying like something appeared, and now there's someone shouting.
What? Oh, nice! I just pressed the wrong button. What?
There's a hunt target. Yeah, I noticed.
Hunt. Yeah, I guess there must be a hunt going.
Taban.
For the win. Okay. Sure. We hunting?
I don't know. I've never done a hunt before.
I've also never done a hunt. I think I've seen a hunt being done. But, yeah. You get achievement and stuff you do now. Do you get any interesting like drops or something?
I'm sure there's like minions and stuff, I would imagine, and mounts. Never mind, David. It's too late.
Nice.
Never mind. Maybe next time.
Oh, time to go to Namazu and get drunk on tea.
True. Yeah. Ah. They just killed it.
It's fine.
Yeah, next time. Next time. But yeah, with that, we're going to be heading off. Going to be wrapping up. But thanks for watching. Thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. Join our Discord if you wish to interact.
But now I don't have an end screen. Where do we go for end screen? Nice gun.
Okay. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. Bye. Bye. We'll see you next time. Ciao.